Mhm.
Oh, you must
We're
have did
ranked
that
number
wrong.
11. Matter of fact, yeah, I did. We're ranked number
Oh,
11.
okay.
Matter of fact.
I gotta take this call. I'm gonna get off. Nice talking to y'all.
All right.
All right,
Appreciate you,
brother.
cleaner.
Right there. Hey, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta be up at 5, man. Salute to you, brothers, man. Have a great night, guys. Salute, salute. Great live, great live.
For sure, for sure. Appreciate you pulling up, good brother Ryan.
All right, all right. Y'all be blessed.
For sure. But far as I go, I was thinking about like I'm considering having a dual, like trying to explore my dual citizenship anyway, just because like I said, I'm in the financial space to where there are certain benefits of having dual citizenship and things of that nature.
Oh yeah.
Is that
Especially in
something that
certain.
you're interested in yourself?
I mean, I geo arbitrage. Obviously, being here in the Philippines, I'm taking advantage of the money that I'm earning now to stack cash because I'm doubling back and buying a house in Texas. So right now is about establishing my relationship with my lady here.
Oh, okay. So
Getting
you're not out there to stay.
no, no, not at all. I'll be here about 2 to 3 years, depending on
Oh,
how long it takes to redo a visa and get a spousal visa. I'll be back in Texas.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you just I don't know. I don't know why I felt like you just relocated out there.
I got out here May of this year or 2025. So
Okay.
I'm coming up on my first year out.
What is it?
But
What is it like out there?
I mean, where I live in a province area that's about a 50-minute, almost an hour flight away from Metro Manila, and a province called Isabela. It's up in the
Okay.
mountains, but behind the Sierra Madre mountain range. So we get the double blessing of not getting the hurricane or cyclone warnings that they have here during rainy season. We just get a little bit of heavy rain and a little bit of heavy wind. Other than that, we don't get flooding here in this town. Where I live at in a community, a housing community, it's like a gated guarded community here. It's 5 minutes down the road to an airport. It's known as rice country. So there's a lot of like terraforming on the hills and the mountains around here, where you have multi-level tiers of rice farms and different things like that. So it's a nice, quiet bedroom community. It's typically what I would do when I lived in Texas. I didn't live in
Okay.
Houston. I lived about one county over. When I come back, I'll push it over to 2 counties over from Harris County.
Okay.
I
So
lived in.
what about your home in Texas? You're done traveling, or
No. We'll stay in Texas till she can get her citizenship, and then we'll double back and build a house here. You know what
oh,
I'm
so you're
saying? But
taking your lady with
yeah, that's
you?
the whole point. Yeah, that is the whole point. And then while we're here, we'll do some traveling to Bali. We'll go to Japan. We'll go do some things here. Because part of you getting your spousal visa and once trying to bring somebody over is proving that it's a legitimate relationship.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
especially with the immigration laws that changed in August of this year or 2025. It's a little bit tighter on proving real relationships. You can't just run here, get married in 3 months, and think that's a legitimate marriage. Nobody's gonna believe that shit.
Right.
There has to be a history shown. There has to be
That's
documentation
true. That's
from
true.
having conversations via text, FaceTimes. You're documenting all that stuff. So this is all documentation.
How do you
Yeah.
document like your FaceTimes and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, obviously, your phones have date and time tags. You can take snapshots of conversations. If they really wanted to, they can grab your phones and pull down all your data. You never know what they're going to do. Sometimes they have that right. To go through some of your conversations, to go through what your process is, to act if you guys have not only things in common, but what kind of conversations you guys have been having. A lot of these guys, since the military have been taken advantage of, especially here in the Philippines, military guys too. So don't think it's just regular civilians. Military guys have been taking advantage of Philippines and other countries for over 50 years now.
And how was they doing that?
You know, they play the long game. You know, get them over here. A lot of the military guys that have expedited citizenships for the people they married to get them back over here on the bases. They would wait there 2 to 3 years to get their green cards. By the way, they'd have about 1 or 2 kids in that time frame, and then the minute they'd have their green card, they turn around and get a divorce. What was to stop them? They had a whole fucking community here, especially if you look at like San Diego, around military bases. There's a bunch of Filipinos. They have a whole freaking community here. So, you know, it was a way of establishing themselves in the country, get used to being in the country for a while, and then they would cut ties with whoever they were with after they had a couple kids, which also cemented their citizenship, because now you got
divorce rate.
Children. The divorce rate in the military when it came to foreign overseas marriages was super, super high, because these guys would wind up marrying these chicks they met where? In bars and in situations where it was P for P, not a real relationship. Not somebody grew up in a community where they met them maybe in some kind of profession. It's very rare, you know.
And then straight from there, they would after they were done with them, they would go ahead, build up, stack up, get with somebody who got more money, and then do the same thing, and then turn around and bring their family from out there back out.
And that's why I tell a lot of people, when you come to the Philippines, man, this is one of the countries that are so used to seeing Americans and foreigners. You throwing money around just makes you a fucking target. It doesn't make you like king shit on. They're used to seeing that. Okay, there's extreme poverty here in the Philippines, from poor to fucking super wealthy. And the uber wealthy have been around for a while, and they're the ones that own all the buildings in most of the major cities that have been carved up, and they're building huge high rises and condos that they're selling off. You know, so that's the point. You've got to be very aware who you're dealing with. You got to be very aware of that family dynamic, whether she's covered, what their religious backgrounds are. You got to take the time to prove, and maybe even prove it to yourself, that woman is legitimately there for you and not anything else. Yes, the motivation, and everybody says she's there for your money. So every fucking American woman that's out there too.
That's a fact.
It's called fucking hypergamy at the end of the day. Okay.
Facts.
All women are built in for hypergamy. They want the best genetics, the most successful, powerful man they can be around. And yes, young women in America dated older men since fucking high school. So that shit is a fucking farce too. Don't let nobody fucking make you feel guilty. That's part of the old Kevin Samuels thing. They try to run a guilt trip on you by the way you do things.
Yep.
Right.
You know?
And then on top of that too, also be aware of when, you know, she says she was recently married, and then she says she's still trying to find an annulment. Yeah, think about that same thing happening to you, because that's what probably will happen. If she said, yeah, I was married, you know, the guy wasn't right, you know, he was doing this, he was doing that, and I can't get an annulment. Yeah, more than likely she bounced on him, and, you know, she's looking for her next victim. So, you next.
Well, that's the whole
You know?
great thing about the not the military, but the Philippines here is they have to prove they're single too.
Yep.
So where you have to get a Cinemar, so does the Filipina, because in the Philippines, divorce is not legal. Can't get divorced.
Oh shit.
So that's not legalized here. The only way to get a divorce, or basically they would say an annulment here, because it's a Catholic-based country. The only way to get an annulment here is it takes about a 4-year process. You got to go through the court system. And at the end of that whole 4-year process, the judge can turn around and say, fuck no, you can't do it. Now, an American or some foreigner can go back to their country, file divorce papers, legally obtain a divorce fucking in their country where they're divorced. And if they don't bring those divorce papers back to the Philippines, technically the Filipinas are still recognized as being married, even though the male in their country is technically what? Divorced. Shout out to CC Rain. Oh my God. That's she's a good friend of mine. I call her like a sister, but it could have been something else back in the day. But yo, girl, what's going on? But yeah, it's just there's some technicalities in some countries you got to really pay attention to when you go there.
Right.
And one, the longevity of them dealing with foreigners. And what's the geographical history of dealing with foreigners? Be aware of the traps that are out there. You know, stop thinking that you're the only original person that's ever been in that country. Take advice, get mentorship, talk to people that have already been there. American military guys, we've always passed on information for free, you know, especially to the people we knew. All this shit was low key, low drag. Brothers would turn on other brothers. We tell you on the low key. In the military, we're always what you call briefed. Okay, you're briefed on the temperature of the country that you're in. You're briefed on the culture. You're briefed on, you know, doing no harm, leaving the country better than you are, things like that. You know, shaking hands and kissing babies in the political side of it.
Right.
Civilians now that brothers have started getting passports, you know, and some of these young brothers are raised by single mamas, no offense, but they're never taught to respect older men on mentorship because their moms have told them, hey, you don't need to talk to my kid, talk to me. Don't say shit to my kid. So this is the mentality. So when an older brother tries to tell them something in the right, you don't know what I'm talking about. I can show you a video where I told Jay Rill almost a year and a half ago, yo, man, you need to watch the way you move. There are certain rules when it comes to traveling. There ain't no rules. This nigga, how many times he's damn near almost gotten arrested? There are rules. There's a way of showing respect to a culture that you go to. There is a way you need to carry yourself because you are a direct representative of us as black men and us as a country when you go to these countries. I have another brother who's a good friend of mine, Kanal. He used to say, it doesn't matter how they move. I still move a certain way and that doesn't affect me. When they start changing laws of you getting into a country, limiting how long you can stay in a country and what you can film, yes, these little motherfuckers are fucking with the way that you can move.
Yeah, that's a fact. I just was watching something.
I'm not just saying brothers either, because you got Vitaly, white Russian, that's in jail here in the Philippines. You just had another Estonian guy. You just had another Estonian guy here that even married and have a child that just got arrested and basically told that he was not allowed to be here anymore, and they sent him home. They're sending him home right now. You know what I mean? So. And then you have, you know, Johnny Somali, like you said, in Korea. And before Korea, he messed around in Israel and a couple other countries, just insulting every cultural thing that's going on.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want any foreigner coming into your country and not knowing the fucking language. You tell them stop talking that gibberish and learn fucking English when they come to America. But yet and still, you think you can do the inverse when you go to those countries and not respect them, not learn their language or their traditions or their cultures?
Yep. And then on top of that, the shorty, exactly. And I agree with you, brother. There was one situation where I had learned from a Filipino friend that I'm talking to, and she had said that there was this guy, you know, out there. He was filming and asking certain people certain questions, and I'm like, so what did he do? So she was like, well, you know, he touched them inappropriately. So you got to be real careful of what you do, what you say to the natives, because you could say hello to one will be, you know, one will say, well, I don't like to be filmed. And, you know, he could ask her a simple question or maybe just like touch her hand, you know, and everybody don't like to be touched. What are you doing touching somebody like that who you don't know? So then after that, she saw that, you know, he was doing it on a daily as a content creator. And surely somebody made a complaint against him. And his ass is locked up right now. They went to his house.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, and like I said, you have to keep up with the local laws. I mean, laws are shifting all the time. You know, so even with this guy that just got arrested in this Estonian, do you realize, I think the number right now is 32 to 99 Australians were just arrested doing the same fucking shit. But nobody's heard about that.
I was going to say, elaborate. What you mean?
There's another Filipino on TikTok. I need to pull down his information. I was going to do a follow-up story on what we talked about earlier on my show, but I was going to show that it's not just, you know, Floyd and maybe a couple other people. This is going on a regular basis I watched a documentary, and me and Fearless did a show maybe about 6 months ago on how many foreigners father children in other countries and then leave and don't fear or have any responsibility to those children. Here, specifically in the Philippines, they have tracked down these men and started making them pay child support. So like I said, when you go to countries, you better understand what's going on. Don't think you're going to walk out of here scot-free.
That's a fact.
They're going to find you. They're going to double back on you. And even with Floyd's situation, that whole situation was over a 2 to 3 year investigation. So even if you walk out the country, come back in the country, walk out the country again, when they're ready to pull the trigger, they will come find you or wait till you come back. You are not scot-free just because you got out the country. And nobody's going to tell you you're being investigated. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. Now this traveling stuff is, but see, for me though, I'm okay with like you say, you gotta pay like these countries the same respect you want people to pay your country. And the fact of the matter is, like, say, you go over there and you feel like because I've actually gotten into it with some people on my channel. They're like, I don't have to learn the language. I have the money. Like, how? You don't have all the money, first off. Second of all, like, is that what you want all your relationships to be built on because you got bread? Because here's the thing, the next guy that comes and he got more bread than you, your whole infrastructure fall down. So, yeah, no, I feel you. Johnny said, I promise you, listen, I have no babies in the DR. I promise you. Not saying that I wouldn't, because little DC, I already thought of a name. We're gonna call him DC, Dominican Chan.
He said DC, we're gonna call him DC.
Yeah, we're Dominican Chan. So yeah, no, but at the same time, like, say, it's just like, and I'm joking but serious in a way, but I only have one child here, and that's because like, say, for one, I was extremely busy and things of that nature growing up. But like, say, what I will say, people that I see with multiple children and have no way of taking care of them, in my opinion, that's a form of child abuse. Why do you continue to make children if you can't care for them properly?
You were just in that other room with our boy Pookie.
Oh yeah, the other night. Yeah, I pulled up. Yeah,
you were just in that room. That brother had 9 baby mamas and 13 children, talking about I want more. But he used to play semi-pro, or it was close to becoming a pro athlete or whatever. But he didn't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
How are you giving all your children that much opportunity and chance to be raised by you if you sitting out here trying to repopulate the whole fucking world? Same thing with Nick Cannon. Are these women actually becoming baby mamas because of a check? Or are they really trying to be real good mamas? You get what I'm saying? So then you raise the traumatized kids and toxic kids based on the way the mom is dealing with the father, whether it be for money or a real relationship. And now she's traumatizing the kids because she don't get to spend that much time. The kids are like, where my daddy is, but her daddy's down the street with the 3 other women that they're aware of, because the internet tells everything now. These children know their father is running around having multiple kids with multiple different women, and do they really care about them individually and the fact that they brought them on this planet? Yeah. There's no empathy to the fact that you're just dropping children now. You just drop them whenever you want for no purpose.
Yeah, and you know what? I call because I had got off right before he got on or whatever, and
I thought I met him in this room. Matter of fact, Did he used to hang out in your room? I thought he hung out in your room before.
It was another brother that had the same story that almost to the T that come over here. His name, well, I want to put him on blast because I guess he didn't came around. But he was another brother that was semi-pro, got multiple baby mamas.
I think he changed his name on my channel, but I think it's the same dude because he had that same dreadlock look with the black t-shirt side profile.
See the picture that I seen of the gentleman that was on yours. Now that would be and if that's the case, I'll call Cap, because he was saying different things on your live than he was saying over there on that live than he didn't say it over here. So I think that's worthy of an investigation because, I don't know. That's something that I will be very interested to know, just because you're not who you say you are. If that's the case, sir.
He's trolling big time. You know what I'm saying? Because the first thing I said is, you got 9 baby mamas and 13 kids. What's your job? What do you do? And he goes, well, I'm an entrepreneur. I said, brother, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur since 2011. I can name off every job as an entrepreneur I did and every business I ever ran. There's no shame in my game when it comes to that. So if you're ashamed of saying that, what are you, a street pharmacist? No, I'm not a street pharmacist. Well, you got to pay for all these kids. You claiming that you're doing everything all righteous for. How are you doing it? And he never answered that question.
He's a rapper, and it's a rap for him.
Well,
he needs to learn how to wrap up if we want to go there.
That's a fact. Well, here's the thing. This is where I'm coming from with that. And that's why I call the other gentleman, like, say, it's less than likely. Not saying it's impossible, but it's just less than likely. For you to have that many women, you say only one of them put you on child support, I believe that's a farce. Or you're not really getting money like that. Because at the end of the day, let's just be honest, 9 kids is a lot. And if a woman could force you...
No, that's 9 baby mamas, 13 current kids running right now.
Even 13 is worse.
Yeah,
the 9 baby, you got 9 women that all unanimously agree in different spectrums and things of that nature that you shouldn't be on child support. That sounds like a far-fetched. Man, I've been dealing with women my whole life.
You got 9 individual baby mamas. You're nobody that's really popular. You got them all to agree not to give you a hard-ass time? Come on, bro.
Right. Yeah, no, like I say, that sounds less than likely in my opinion. But, hey, what do I know? I've just been in love with women since day one, so I guess. And I'm sure he's like, well, you're not me. You can't win. You don't know how to read the room. Man. All right. Here's the thing. I pull up, I travel. Like a lot of these gentlemen that be on my channel, I have met them in person in other parts of the world. So I guess like it's always the dudes that are like Superman. And I'm gonna tell you what really like made me turn my nose up at him, because he's like, I travel too. And when new guys go over there and do this, that, and the third, they fucking up the game. Like, hold up, wait, what? I thought you said you didn't need to do that. You was on a different wavelength. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest here, bro. But I don't know. For me to get on here and lie to people that they don't even know is always be a question mark for me.
Always.
Also, you have a substantial amount of women that follow your channel as well, right?
What do you mean?
I think this is the second woman. Like whenever they had a little thing beside it, it's come from your channel. Yeah. I think that's the second woman that been pulled up on. Well, at least this person.
I do have some female followers. I'm not aware of them. CC Rain is somebody I've known for, good God, 9-10 years. She sung at my second wedding. What you mean?
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? She sung me down the aisle, all while her grandmother, who was at the same wedding, was kicking her ass. That could have been you.
All right, now,
but 9.5 years later, I'm divorced. You know what I'm saying?
Is my favorite. Yeah, that person's a troll.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to, you can handle that. But I mean, or if you want me to, I would.
They're not
in the hell with it. Give it his ass like Duck Hunt.
Yeah, I don't even know. That person's not in my room that I can see. It's like that person's invisible.
I thought whenever it was the little thing,
the little chain. Yeah, the little chain means they rode in on somebody else's channel, but I don't see them on mine.
Oh wow. Yeah. So, would you like me to get rid of that individual?
Yeah, if they in your room, go ahead and bump. I ain't got time for that.
You said this comment is on a guest of the whatever.
I'm the only one simulcasting that I know of is unless somebody else is simulcasting.
No, it's only showing you. And the other brother up here, he do have a channel. Shout out to you, Mike. But he do like motorcycle content and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's showing at the top of my screen, and it's showing that it's only you that's
this is the second day this particular person is coming to the room.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I went ahead and dropped him.
Oh, okay. So you did find him. Okay, there you go.
Oh no, I dropped him in the StreamYard. There's a way that you can go over and just ban the person. when you're in the collaborative room.
Okay.
So I just did that.
Yeah, I didn't know you. Like I say, I'm still learning stuff to this day. My the brother that was on earlier, he showed me how to have the little applause thing, and I had worked on an intro video, and he was showing me how to bring that up, but for some reason it wasn't working for me that well. So there is that.
Damn, why? Yeah, you got a troll in your room talking about you need to clean your DR babies you left.
We be joking over here a lot of times.
Everybody's getting them. Everybody, yeah, everybody's getting it. That's one thing about YouTube. You better be ready because they all coming for you.
Well, I tell you, you gotta have thick skin to be on YouTube. You know what I mean? And for the most part, stuff like that don't bother me. But when you're talking about somebody's sexuality, that's a little step too far, in my opinion. But people troll me all the time in my chat. They they troll me. I'm like, say people like that I know, like they're cool. You know what I mean? So it's just when there's a point of going too far. Like when you say racist things in a chat, or you say things that have something to do with somebody's gender and stuff like that, that's a bit too far for me.
Well, it's one of the things you can get struck by. So the fact that somebody brings it up, I'm not trying to get a YouTube strike or get myself demonetized. I put.
Oh wow, really?
Oh yeah, you can get demonetized bringing up certain topics and certain words in a room.
Right, for sure. I thought you were talking about it's nothing somebody could put in your chat that'll make you get demonetized, right?
No. You can kick them out of the room. It's things that you say.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. It was a gentleman that was on the panel. He was a real nice gentleman. He was an older gentleman, and I really don't like dropping people down. Long as we can, like I was telling the brother, that wasn't your panel that I was on though, was it? That was another gentleman's panel.
That was the Andrew Show's panel.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes we co-host and co-collab on certain things, and sometimes he'll start things, and I'll jump in the room on his panel.
Yeah, he seemed like a decent guy over there. But what was that? Like say it was a gentleman, the older gentleman that was saying, oh, he think I'm trying to be friendly. Like, sir, I don't even know you, sir, but you seem like they know you over here, so I keep it. Long as that's why I was telling him, long as we can converse civilly and things of that nature, I'm fine with it. You know what I mean? You could yell, holler, do whatever you want to do, but long as we like have a certain respect about it and just know that we're both men. I'm fine.
See, the one thing about Andrew's smoke shows, he lets things get out of hand on purpose. He could lock that down a lot faster than he does, but he just doesn't. He wants a little bit of the drama for the clicks and views. He is about that, So definitely have to be a little bit stronger of an individual. Like he'll bring his whole enemy force. There's one guy named Kim123 is a straight out racist Mexican guy. Doesn't like brothers going down to Mexico and dating Mexican women. They've gone round and around for damn near over 10 years. He'll let them come on the room and start calling it bullshit. And, Peso Man comes in and rules people. He'll come in the room, invited or uninvited. He doesn't mind having opposition on the panel or in the room. It doesn't matter.
Well, believe it or not, it was a gentleman that you probably know him. I don't even know if I should say his name, but it was a gentleman over here to where like he got a following. He's known for doing that. He's definitely known, but when he pulled up and he was having certain drama, those were some of my best screams. But what I was telling my community, because I tell the community that's over here that I'm accountable to you guys. So even if I'm okay with it, if you guys are not okay with it, I'll bounce them. And I told him, like, say I was getting views and clicks behind it, but it was at some point it felt like I was selling my soul. So
yeah, I can't do that.
It's not worth it.
Salute.
Yeah, no, but I didn't realize. I think I seen Zoom shout you out one day. I was watching.
Come on. We are that back room, man. Once you get in the YouTube content creator space, you're only 6 degrees of separation from any one person on YouTube, bro. So I've known Zoom since he started in YouTube, and I've always been either a loud supporter or a quiet supporter of his channel. I won't say anything bad about the brother, even though people will try to get you to say or have an opinion. As far as I know, he's putting out positive content. He's always encouraging the people, And that's the only thing I look at is, are you encouraging, are you damaging the community, or are you furthering it? And as far as I know, all the brother is doing is furthering the exposure of black men to other cultures, whether it be specifically Thailand or other countries. He's not saying don't travel. He's saying get your passports and see your other options that are available. And that's all true.
And I 100% agree with that. In fact, one of my taglines, man, I'm trying to make the world smaller by traveling a lot and encouraging other people to travel. So let me ask you this, Ronnie, do you believe that Thailand is being oversaturated?
I mean, Thailand has always been a popular travel destination, not just by Americans, but foreigners altogether, whether you're talking about Europeans, Russians, Indians. It's a place where everybody can pretty much go there. And because of the Thai baht exchange, geo arbitrage, they're able to have a good time, even though they don't make a lot of money in their country. So
yeah, that's that Asian persuasion.
Yeah,
that's that Asian persuasion, bro.
You're going to get a lot of people. Now whether that culture is being taken advantage of, Philippines and alike, absolutely. And now they're starting to put limitations to it. They're starting to lock down how long you can stay on certain visas. They're putting limits on a lot of different things. So where people say, "Oh, well, the way I travel or the way they travel aren't going to affect me," it does. In the long run, it does. Because none of these countries want to be known as sex traveling spots, as that's their only draw to come to their country. Like they don't have beautiful fucking landscapes and culture and places and beaches and all these other things that go along with that country. They're being known as what? Sex travel spots more than anything else. They don't want that reputation. It's not good for business, especially if you got foreign investors wanting to invest in your country.
Yeah, agreed. So yeah, no, I mean, I'm sitting there just looking because I was watching. I think the show that I seen because I don't get a chance to watch a lot of Zoom, but he was talking about how the laws and things are changing out there, and I think that was the one that you were on and things. And I was like,
yeah, I jumped on the last one on that one because he was talking about going back to America after you've been exposed to other cultures. And I said,
yeah, definitely the same one. Yeah. I
got brothers, even the Lions Den, both Fearless, who's married to a Dominican woman, has had his wife back in America for 7 years now, and they just had a baby. Pinal, who's Haitian, brought his Dominican Republic wife back. They just had a baby about a year and a half ago. So I'm around brothers that know how to vet. Long-term relationships, long-term, marriages and everything else. Andre loved crossing borders. Him and his wife been together 7 years, married 5 years.
Yeah.
So if you listen to the right people, they're going to tell you how to vet. You see how my process is. I've been here since May. There's certain things I need to do as a man to establish myself and get my resources in line as I'm vetting a woman that I'm potentially bringing back as a wife to America. You don't just run in, run out and think in 2 months you got everything locked down and you married to somebody that's going to be solid. You don't know what her driving force behind why she locked you down or tried to marry you. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm shout out to Black Cleaning. He put El Guapo on there. I'm also an avid watcher of him. Like say, yeah, he do his thing. Very smart man.
Yeah, he is.
Come on, fans.
Air Force guy.
I never had to yeah, I've seen him. You said he was in the Air Force?
Yeah.
Yep. I've seen him. I've never had the pleasure of meeting him, but yeah, he seemed like a very intelligent man. I haven't hit because I'm subscribed to him. Is he still making content or no?
I think he had taken a break for a while. Not only the baby thing, he had a young son and then, work. Right. So I think he had been busy. Then he was running around with Zoom a lot with the Zoom Fest and all this other stuff. So I think he's been in and out of different countries. He's been in the Philippines, Colombia. So he's been running around, but I don't think he had been doing a lot of YouTube lives like he used to. But just recently, I think he just started back again.
Okay. Yeah. Like say, I used to watch him. I used to watch him like say when I was out like just running some errands and things of that nature, like helping with my brother and his business and stuff like that. Like he got me through a couple of those nights. This was before I was making YouTube. I haven't been on YouTube like officially a whole year yet.
Oh, it takes a minute. I think it's my second year.
Oh, wow. Really?
Going on, 2.5 years now.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, that's
man. I started off just panel writing in the last 2 years, having certain shows of my own and panel writing. So yeah, you got to put in some work, to grow your channel and your exposure. So collabs always help. Like I said, with the simulcasting, that exposes you to other people and other panels and other like-minded individuals. So then, as you're putting out your content, whatever it be, whether it be reaction videos, whether it be travel videos or whatnot, then people are starting to get a better feel of who you are, and they'll join or not.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. Like that, and that's one thing. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, brother.
was that NYC with him? Yeah, I told him it's an open panel. Yeah, so absolutely.
Yeah. If you want to, you could come up. Definitely. I'm supposed to have been gone by now, but man, I gotta give you the respect that you deserve, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, if you got something to do, like I said, my day is just in the middle of it. You could have been putting a whole long couple hours at work, decided to go live for a couple hours, and now you ready to go to bed. You know what I'm saying? It's all up to you.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta do some research and stuff like that. I'm gonna take off. Y'all take care, huh?
What's your research?
Yeah, he said, "What's your
stuff? A lot of stuff."
What's your family crest? What's your family crest right there? It says Hodges.
Yes. Yep.
It looks like you got some Florida. You got some Creole or something going on in there. What's that? That crest looks kind of familiar.
No. Basically, with that's from England.
England. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my family crest.
No, I got two of them. One from my father's side, and one from my mother's side. So, the Trahan family crest is one thing, and then there's a Parker side that's English and Irish.
Yep.
That's what's up. Shout out to you, brothers, because this is something that I've heard this and Mike talk about it before, but outside of that, I've never really heard anybody in, like, say, our community talk about a family crest and things of that nature, or like a family office.
Yeah, you better get into your ancestry and I think you're first or second generation immigrant. Are you?
For me? No.
Yeah, you're FBA all day. Then you definitely need to know your ancestry.
Let me see if I can show this. What's the name? I have.
If you're FBA, then you definitely need to know your ancestry. How are you going to prove you FBA? How you know where your ancestors been? A lot of people say they are, but they aren't necessarily. They're trying to buy in as a tether as a Black American that has gone through it, and then not.
Right, for sure. And that's something that, like, say, I didn't really even like until the brother that's on the panel right now was talking about. I didn't even know that was a real thing. So that's something that I definitely would be interested in looking into. I'm looking for to show.
But if you know your family history, you have great grandparents that have passed on the family lineage, and where the family was and how they got to the country, and you got a way of tracking past 1800s. Then
My family have a museum. We have a family museum.
That's even better.
We're from Mississippi. Well, originally.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Even better. Oh yeah. I just, like I say, you don't know what you don't know a lot of times. And like that's another beautiful thing about the internet, to where it can expose you to some things that you never even knew was a thing. So, like, say, oh man, I found it somewhere. I just don't know where it's at. My uncle, to where it was a story about him that my grandma used to always tell, and honestly, we thought she was just telling us old, like, stories and things of that nature. But turns out it's a real individual, to where because her reasoning for saying that is like Black people, your own people will be the one to tell on you. It was something like, just to make a long story short, he came home from the military and that's why I was trying to find his military picture. But he came home from the military, and I guess the white man in Mississippi, guess had been fornicating with his wife, and he coming to get his wife. Why? Since he'd been back, he was like, "Yeah, no, that's not a thing no more." And he tried to whip him, and my uncle, I deleted him, and like say people was coming all around to because the black man had killed the white man and things of that nature, and he had crawled in his manhole, and he would come out, and you know what I mean, like.
Oh, he had his survival skills up. He was like, yeah, let me go ahead and dig me a little foxhole somewhere out in the woods and cover it up. And he knew how to hide out.
Exactly. And here's the thing, though, where they figure out where he was and how to get him out, because a black person had told him not only where he was, but how to get him out because they smoked him out.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's always your people.
That's what she used to say.
Your own people that'll fucking betray you first.
Yeah.
For some money, some notoriety, or something. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So she was trying to. That was her thing about it, and we didn't know it was a real thing until we looked it up. Turns out the army sued Mississippi because of that. Because I didn't know, like, say, when you become part of the army, you're technically their property.
Yeah.
So I did not know that. So,
that contract ain't limited to your time in service. Let's put it that way. They can always retro reactivate your ass depending on how important you were to the military.
Oh wow!
So they still want to have access to you, especially if you are somebody of note of service.
Man, I seen the picture the other day. I was just looking through my photos, and I seen it the other day. And let me see. Because that's something I'm gonna make that my profile picture as well. But no, you guys just the way you gentlemen talking, I won't waste a lot of your time talking about it. But the way you gentlemen talk is really making me like, damn, that's something that I should really have more knowledge about.
But here's the thing: his story. You can believe his story, or you can believe your own.
That's a
and
fact.
If you don't pass down your own family history, then you're always going to believe the other history that's passed out around everybody else.
Yeah.
So it's always good, even though you can compare the history of America to your own family history told by older people in your family and then re-verified through going through now with the technology of DNA and everything else, verifying some of the other facts, because leave it to some family members, everybody got some Indian in them. You know, old slave master never crawled up in their quarters and unpurified the family. It was an Indian, you know. Nah.
Right.
Daddy got up in that slave quarter right along with everybody else dealing with your great grandma.
Yeah.
Okay. So you couldn't do nothing about it, but now you're going to try to hide it and lie about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So purity is purity, and we ain't all pure. Matter of fact, the white man did a good job on trying to breed the strongest with the strongest, and guess what? It was to his own detriment because we finally rose up and took care of that.
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. And a lot of tethers will try to throw that in. Well, you know, they had y'all breeding. Yeah, they bred us to being the strongest. That's why now we're so recognized globally that even when you look at Africans that are more subdued in some of these other cultures, they're waiting on somebody. We don't wait as Americans. We do.
No, that's a fact. That is a absolute fact. Just because, like I tell them, like say people could say what they want, but Black people have made tremendous strides in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Tremendous.
Globally too, and it's Black Americans, but then you got tethers that will pretend, and when they overseas, I don't know if you know about this, Charlie, you have Africans and other cultures pretending to be Americans until an American show up.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Cultural misappropriation by other Black people of other cultures and other countries. Yes. They will pretend to be us until we show up.
How and why though?
Because we get think about it. You carry an African passport around. Do you think they're getting as much prop as our blue book American passport? No. Yeah, some countries disrespect an African right off of the rip of looking at their passport.
Yeah, because they see that, they know behind that there's power. You know,
Yes,
just behind not
absolutely.
And you
only
know what?
just the
It's
passport,
the
but just
fear.
behind the image and the way how we carry ourselves. But when they try to be us, you're like, wait a minute, hold up, who the fuck is this guy? Like he's trying to be American, but his style, his moves ain't right, his steps ain't right.
Right. His steps, his mannerisms, the words he
Yeah,
uses, nothing
yeah.
from America. But because other foreigners don't know, they can get away with it while there's not another American around. Another American walk up and all of a sudden they stick out like sore thumbs. They kind of bleed into the fucking woodwork real quick and disappear out the door before we open our mouths, because then they'll turn around like, how come you sound different and he sounds something like, they're gone, man. They don't ran up out the door real quick because old girl's gonna realize that he's been lying all this time.
The whole time. Wow, that's
Mhm.
that I've never heard of that, but that makes sense. You know, because I was walking down, I was walking in the DR one time, and the gentleman he said, hey, how was America? This, that, and the third. Just I was like, entertaining. I said, first of all, how you know I'm American? He said, man, it's the way you walk. He said, you walk like, say, he said when Dominicans walk, they kind of walk slower and their head is down and things of that nature. He's like, look what you got on. You know what I mean? He's like,
It's not
you got
just
your head up and
Dominicans.
your chest
Every
out.
culture I've ever been into, when I even deal with going to a hotel room, even in America, think about this. Go to America, go to a hotel. I literally would stop at every maid that was in the room or in the hotel servicing different rooms. You would notice they would do their work with their head down. Like they're not allowed to look you in the face. In America, I will not tolerate that shit. Anywhere else, I won't. So even in America, if I ever ran across, maybe she's an immigrant or something like that, or she feels like she's less than, I'll look her in the face like, you can look at me. Don't ever look down when you're around me, at least. You're just as important as anybody. Because a lot of people walk around with their head down.
Yo,
what's going
Black
on,
Clean,
brother?
I see you pull back up.
yeah, I had to tell my little true story. Do you know how many African Nigerians, when I was in the Navy back in the 95, we'd be up in the club and there'd be plenty of Nigerians talking about, my name's Steve, I'm from New York.
With an accent all day.
Yes, accent all day. I'm Steve, I'm from New York, I'm from Brooklyn. And the funny thing is this, the girls could tell because a lot of the Africans don't wear deodorant. And of course, Americans do. So as soon as you get near them, you smelling them, you're like, oh, nah, that's not it. That's not it. That's not an American. You can just smell. I mean, and it was funny too, because the Nigerians, they took over down Roppongi, which is the club district of Tokyo. That's where you go hang out at night, because that's so they would have their certain clubs, and you could just walk in the club and you'll turn around and walk right the hell out, because none of them is wearing deodorant, and you're like, nah, I can't even stand in here for 2 seconds.
That bad?
Because it just because it's like 20 or 30 of them, and they all looking for Japanese girls, and none of them is wearing deodorant, and they're stinking up the whole club.
I don't want to talk about nobody's body smells or anything like that, but he's right. And got a brother right now, HB Gone Global. If you guys aren't subscribed to him, subscribe to him. He's another Marine brother that he's decided to go ahead and live in Africa. And he says there's some clubs in there, man. He walked into the club. He's like, God damn. It was hard for him to even be in the club. Because obviously you in a club to dance and you're sweating a little bit. It's a little humid. Sometimes they don't have the AC running. Think about that for a while in a closed-in area like that. What you dealing with?
Yeah. Wow, I never experienced anything like that.
And don't get it twisted. Them Africans, they got money. They are hustlers. They got money. I mean, when we used to go to Japan, I mean, a lot of them, they had their own clothing stores, and they would be pulling up in, Range Rovers and all of that down in Japan.
That's misappropriated funds too. Think about it. But highlight what CeCe Rain said, bro, at the very bottom, bro. This is a sister now. She in the club. She lived in LA unless she moved recently. She from LA. And I'm talking about she in the industry when it comes to performing. She's a singer. So she just said they do that out here in America. I always ask them, nah, brother, what's your real name?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pungent funk is a no-go. Yeah, I heard that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I guess you can smell the difference, huh?
Yeah, especially an American woman. So, you know, if an American woman's hooking up with a foreigner, and most women will tell you, and CeCe will tell you the same thing. A lot of these Nigerians, they know they're outright scammers. They carry a global fucking reputation when it comes to that. So, yeah, some of these African dudes, look at the Somalis. The Somalis in Minnesota right now, they're stealing these billions of dollars. Guess where the money's going back to? Kenya, to build fucking hotels and buildings like that. They already know the gig is going to be up sooner or later, so they've been pushing their money back across overseas to build whatever so they can leave America when they get kicked out of here and go right to whatever benefit of all the theft they've done while they've been here. You know, they ain't the only ones that are doing it. They're just the ones.
No, that's
that are
where I'm at right now, right?
Right. Yeah, you in Minnesota.
Right now, yeah, it's a lot going on here. In fact, I was talking to some of the gentlemen earlier, and I was telling them because so many people are getting like deported and snatched up by the police that is it wrong to take advantage of the investment and the job opportunities because of it?
Who? The Somalis?
Far as
No.
I'm talking about us as black people. You know what I mean?
But
like,
see, that's the funny thing is that's what they're doing it for. Because I mean, if you start listening to some of the like even Tucker Carlson, he's starting to even use FBA talking points. Even Trump, he was saying, you know, affirmative action was not meant for immigrants; it was meant for Black Americans.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
mean,
if you want to listen to it, I have it queued up. If you want to listen to that one, with Tucker Carlson talking to one of the guys he was interviewing. And they were literally breaking down the FBA talking point about a brother that was in Florida running on the Democratic ticket, trying to be inclusive of saying he's Black American, like he's been here. The same thing with Omar from Minnesota. She'll use a Black talking point in a heartbeat, but yet and still you go into a Somali community, they will never claim to be Black. But when they're in trouble, they'll pull up talking points to be inclusive of Black folks.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Yeah, no, you could definitely if you want to play it for sure. The quick question is like, say it's not nothing that'll give me like.
Believe me, I'm not trying to get demonetized either. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. I don't even know how that works.
The way it works is you play it a little bit, you can stop and have a discussion over a certain point until you get through the video.
Right.
As long as you don't play it through as if it's your own standalone content. Plus, we're going to be on the screen anyway, so it shouldn't matter.
Yep. Well, like I said, I don't even know how that works because I'm not even monetized. So how can they demonetize someone that's not even monetized yet?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to my...
They'll just block the video. You know how that goes. They'll just put it to saying, you know, whatever copyright, and they'll just block that particular video.
They'll say, do you want to delete the video in that section, which doesn't really mess with your overall presentation of your live. It just cuts out that one section. And if it's music, what it'll do, you know how you can filter out music and video editing? It'll take out only the music. You'll still be able to hear you talking and everything else. So it's really not that severe now.
Oh, wow.
You get a strike. They'll just erase that portion of it and re-clip back your video if they have to. Mm-hmm. But I need to send it to my Google.
Yeah, well, I got that because I was co-streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, take your time. I was co-streaming with someone, and they was playing some music and things of that nature. They sent me like, "Do you want to edit it out, or do you want to take it down?" I was like, "I'm not," because I thought I had to edit it out. Like I'm not even.
No, it doesn't.
Let's just take it.
when you say remove it, it'll just
okay.
automatically delete the music part of it. You'll still be able to hear whatever conversation you were having. It just takes the music out.
Okay. Your friend Cece, is she a content creator as well?
She's a singer, bro. She's a performer. She's legitimately like a professional singer. I didn't know if she's still doing YouTube yet. I don't know if she should have been. She should have been by now.
She said, shout out to auto editing on YouTube.
Yeah.
So exactly. That's generally like YouTuber talk, and when they say things like that. But shout out to you for that, yeah. Because next time they give me that choice, I'm definitely gonna take advantage of it. But when they sent me that, like I was like, I'm not even playing with you guys. I'm just gonna take it down. But also, Ronan, you could confirm or deny it. It's like if you like say don't like a video or something went on in the video that you don't necessarily agree with, they said private is opposed to like deleting it because you could.
CC, if you are a podcaster, we need to hook up. You need to send me an email to my email. Because we definitely need to have a couple conversations with a woman's point of view. Now that I know you're a podcaster, yeah, we doing that. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If you would like, no, you're fine. If you would like, CC, you can pull up. You know, you anybody that's a friend of Ronan's.
Yeah, I don't know if she's working because she's on my vertical chat, so I don't know if she could be working right now. But if you can, the link should be pinned to the top of my chat. I think I did pin them. No, I didn't. Hold on, let me pin this. I said open panel and forgot to pin them on. It should be pinned now.
Oh, she said I'm working. Okay.
Yeah. She's also a nurse, so sometimes.
Okay. Shout out to you.
Catch her on what she be getting down, bro. Definitely
into the bag.
But she seen me go through my whole second marriage, brother. She saw me go through my whole second marriage. Matter of fact, you know what, CC? I tell a story where I had a sister that told me to put my fucking cape up and don't save not one more bitch out there. Guess who that was? This woman right here. She seen my whole fucking second marriage. She saw how much shit I went through, how much stuff I did, not only for my stepson, but my wife at the time. And she's like, you don't need to save another motherfucker out here. Go do your own goddamn thing. Put your cape up. You're fucking retired. And she just said that part.
Was you married to an American woman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep.
American black woman.
Yep. Agreed with that.
It's amazing how we all have this same backstory, and then people wonder why, we're going abroad.
I don't know if they wonder or they just envious of it, but I mean, it is what it is. And she'll tell you, I never had a problem dating in America. I could have found another person to date, but I just chose when somebody approached me and said, hey, I'm interested in you. I chose to go ahead and say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take a look. I've been to the Philippines several times. I like Filipino women. It had no problem with me. I'm not a person that discriminates when it comes to whoever approaches me. As long as we have a mutual respect for each other, I'm good. I'm down.
I heard that. Well, let me just being transparent, and I guess I do have a type. Me being a Southerner, like I said, I'm from Mississippi. That's pretty much where I was raised. So I do kind of have a type. So, and if you know anything, especially about Mississippi, our women come a little meaty.
Yeah.
I said you were.
Some. Go ahead and read that out loud. You can say it. You can say it. Go ahead, B. I'm proud of that. She said, you were hot in these American streets. Don't let them they'll never believe you, CC. They'll think I'm lying. I be trying to tell these brothers, anything you think you done, I've done.
I had to prove myself a couple times. I tell them like, bro, I'm still and it's not even a bragging thing. It's just more or less like say, bro, I'm not traveling because I can't get a woman, bro. Like I didn't show because this apartment, I haven't even been here a whole year. And I was showing some brothers in back, like I have women over here. It's just that it's not the same. It's not the same. And for me, what I tell brothers is this, at least in my opinion, it's more or less the system. Anytime the system incentivizes a woman to leave her marriage, it's not a system that I want to be a part of. You know what I mean? Anytime a system incentivize like dividing households and things of that nature, it's not a system that I want to like have children in and things of that nature. So that's just my standpoint.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but at the same time, too, I mean, I'm not one for gender warring and talking about sisters and stuff because, as I said, I deal with both, here and abroad, and I mean, in the States and abroad. I mean, I like who likes me, but at the same time, what I do start to notice is that there is, like what you were saying about the 40% of $1,500. You know what I'm saying? That they do expect more from the brothers than a lot of the sisters, because I still date sisters abroad, and they want more. You know what I'm saying? The sisters in the States want more than what the sisters or the people want abroad. That's what I've noticed.
Go ahead, Charlie. I'll hold the video until you're ready for me to play it. That's why I have it on pause right now.
Okay. No, I just wanted to, because one of my biggest like things is to like just be misunderstood. Just to be clear, Black Clean, I didn't say sisters, I said system. If you done been around here enough to know, I don't really just speak about sisters. I speak about westernized women. Because I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna get on a platform and just down the people that look like me. I think it's a Western mindset that we're dealing with, not just Black women.
I agree.
With that,
I agree with that.
I just wanted to but go ahead, Ronnie. The floor is yours. Hold on, let me give you the summary.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and play this video. You can bring us back up, right? Leave us back up.
Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've 100%. You've got a point of view that is legitimate, I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's a key word right there. Heritage Americans. And some of the things that a foreign man will try to say is you have no culture. Africans will say it. Other cultures will say we as Black American people have no culture because we were taken away from their culture, their tribalism and their beliefs and their history and all that. But that didn't make us weak. But they try to make it seem like we're fractured because we have no self-identity. Our identity starts and stops with when our people got here.
Well, and that's what I was trying. I think it was on Charlie Chan when because who was it that got on and me and him was having the debate about that, and I told him to define culture, and I told him that culture means to cultivate, to elevate, and and everything, if you notice any type of invention, any type of any type of things that happened that elevated America came from us. The whole GPS system, the refrigerator, when we was talking about even education, a lot of this stuff came from Black people. So what are you talking about culture when American culture is Black culture? The reason that America was able to be what it is because they stole us and told us to build their colonies. I mean, Benjamin Banneker was the one who designed the whole the layout of the White House.
Right. But you realize that when they stole us, they took us from cultures that already knew how to do the technology.
Exactly.
We were builders, we were farmers, and when they brought us from those countries, they knew exactly where to put us because they didn't have to re-explain the wheel. We already knew what we were doing when we got here. You get what I mean?
Yep.
So,
For sure.
never let anybody that's a tether make you feel like, oh, you don't have no culture because you don't have any identity to the motherland. Well, the motherland is terrible right now. It's never fixed itself. And here's the thing. They've outnumbered those colonizers for generations and haven't done anything. This is where I talk about them being sheepish about doing things and waiting, where we've implemented and charged forward and said, fuck you and fuck the system. We're going to do what we need to do.
Exactly.
Sure,
And then
Being
that's
outnumbered.
Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I was
No, I just want to add to that. I'm just saying, being outnumbered, mind you, because over there we have black people over there have the numbers, but over here we don't have the numbers, especially the ones that they have. So, yeah,
and then to come here and say what we should do to improve our culture. When you left a culture that's at fault, and you have the ability to change your own destiny, and you don't, but you want to come over here and take advantage of our system and tell us how our system is more fucked up than yours.
But then also, too, you always say this, we have no culture, but why is everybody copying us and we're not copying them?
Exactly.
That's a fact.
So it's a little...
why are you saying my name is Steve? I'm from New York. Ain't no black person saying, my name is Umbutu. I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Joburg. No.
Right. So there's a level of pride thing that they don't have, but yet and still they're saying we don't have it. That's bullshit. We'll claim Black American all day, FBA all day now that we have that identifier to separate us. And they were like, well, you guys used to... Here's the thing. And for us older people, we know we used to be Black Americans or Negroes, and then we tried to be inclusive around the Jesse Jackson days, and we started encompassing anybody else that like immigrated here and said Afro Americans. The reason why we're defecting and we're leaving that situation is because there was no appreciation for us trying to be inclusive.
Yep. Exactly.
Y'all had achievements. Y'all brought out your flags, and not saying we're all Americans. Y'all wanted to separate and delineate and say, "Oh, we're Nigerian. Oh, we're from Zambia. Oh, we're from Kenya. Oh, we're from Haiti. Oh, we're from this place and that place." What happened to all of us being the same?
Exactly. And then just like what he was just talking about in the video with Tucker Carlson. I mean, one of the things that they was saying, oh well, I don't believe in reparations because I wouldn't qualify for it. And that's another thing too, is that when we're over here and we're trying to fight for tangible items for Black Americans, you have the foreigners, because they're not entitled to it. Now they want to undermine our progress because they can't piggyback off of our benefits.
Well, actually they could, because here's the thing that we do know. When America does something, most other countries turn tail or go ahead and follow suit. That's the whole thing with South Africa and everything that they went through with apartheid and so on. So once they see Americans do it or America does it, most countries wind up turning tail or following suit on what we do.
Agreed. But at the same time, that means that they would have to follow the blueprint and do what we did. You know what I'm saying? If, okay, we're over here, we're fighting for reparations, and we go to America and say, hey, you all enslaved us, and you all are responsible for paying us reparations. Once we get paid, now they got to go to England and say, hey, England, you need to pay us for enslaving us or colonizing us. Just like when Queen Elizabeth, when she died, everybody was saying, okay, you stole all of these jewels, how about you give those jewels back that you stole? See, but you're not trying to enforce that. You're just saying it, but you're not trying to actually literally, protest and enforce that they give all of that they stole from Africa back.
Words without
what you need to do.
That lip service.
Exactly. All right, continue.
Heritage Americans, if anyone is, and someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot.
Do you know, Ronan? Do you know a
Black Baja people?
Say that again,
Ronan.
Yeah.
Do you know a Black Baja Tours?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's somebody that you're vouching for. Okay.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Welcome to the panel, good brother.
What's up, man?
You can continue.
All right, let me play this video out real quick.
It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's
Literally.
a fair perspective,
Right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
I totally agree.
Now it's a trip to listen to these two talking specifically about cultural misappropriation when these are two white right wingers when they have every problem with us being here. But it's so funny that they're actually having this conversation and they're admitting to the fact that this is a good thing.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real, right? But for
We're
Byron,
against slavery.
We're against it.
Whether it's in the, West Bank or here or anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah, against it.
And so for Byron's group, his team, to call me and essentially our entire supporting base racists for saying that you're a slave when quite literally you took $45 million. You won't tell us what you agreed to take that money this early in a primary, which is unprecedented. You know this, how unprecedented that kind of money is in an uncontested primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too. You're not. And that's a very interesting term that the foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here. You don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
That's the video that they were discussing earlier.
I could drop it. Okay. That was deep. I've never seen that, and I'm glad it's on my channel. That way I could go back and watch it now. Obstacles to opportunity. How you doing, good brother?
Good. Much respect. Shout out to you.
That's one of my Marine veterans.
I didn't have to ask about you because I see you on the other night.
Yeah. But I give him his flowers every day. This is a brother that come from different situations. He's changed his life to a point, joined the Marine Corps, got in with some good people, mentored through them, and now he's independently wealthy. He's one of those positive young brothers that y'all should be looking after and following through because of the fact that he's the direction y'all should be all going towards. But go ahead, Obstacles.
And hopefully greater. No, I didn't want to interject and know where you guys weren't at in the conversation. So please let me know where you're at in the conversation so I don't be jumping all over. Where do you want me to kind of?
We could have been jumping. That's why I think he has the thumbnail of YouTube drama Crossroads.
Oh boy,
because we've been kind of different situations that have been going on throughout the week and everything else as far as when it comes to Black men and traveling and different things like that. So you right in the pocket. We want to talk about what you heard about us talking about or anything other.
I know y'all seen the little contention that was happening in this, big homie Anton Daniels, but I think what's important is
we went through the whole video earlier.
Oh man, that was
interesting. A mess.
That was I was just trying to be politically correct, but yeah, that was interesting. And then this is my big thing. I don't care for neither side of the argument. Shout out to Anton now. I'm probably leaning in that direction. But again, I know what made me King Negro. At the end of the day, you see the problem. When we both have a conversation, somebody becomes an enemy because we don't agree. And this goes to everything. I think at one point he said a great point that I'm actually agreeing about. We tend to think like these other groups or other people are all together, and that's nothing close to the truth. Everybody has beef with their own people within their own group. And so at the end of the day, I think that as far as people shifting through and trying to figure out what it is and what to do better, I think one of the best things I like to do is lead by example. And shout out to y'all actually leading by example. And shout outs to I Show Speed, and shout outs to the people who are out here creating their own different types of messages and broadcast systems. But please don't let it be that, which is just the massive amounts of clash back and forth. I would prefer for us to go further. And of course, we're not going to agree on everything, and that's fine. That's fine and dandy. I don't think we'll ever agree on everything. That's just
You
a
know what?
possibility.
If I
But
may,
yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
like to chime in on that. Just for I tell people this is this channel over here is not for me to be an echo chamber. The good brother Black Cleaner, I mean not for it to be an echo chamber. The good brother Black Cleaner said he was on another platform not too long ago and they kicked him off because he had a different opinion as them. I told him that's something that I would never. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I want to be able to look at things from a different perspective and things of that nature. Just because maybe you can change. Maybe I'm missing something, and you could enlighten me on what I'm missing. That'll change the whole perspective of it. You know, if that makes sense. But my apologies
No,
for
makes
interrupting
perfect.
you. Please continue.
No, it makes perfect sense. I think they were going back. Man, there's so much fire that was happening in that video. But one of the most important things I always say is there's a lot of people just stirring up drama, bruv. This is one thing I try to do when I was on YouTube with brothers. It's like there's so much opportunity, but people peddle you doomsday, doom and gloom, and pessimism around the clock. Now, they could go on and do that. That's not my job. My job is to actually show you that there's massive amounts of potential across the board. And it's not that bad. I've been living overseas for a good amount of time, 15 years plus, in many different countries. And even though every country has their own problems, we definitely have massive amounts of opportunity, which even in the last video clip, people were talking about other people coming and exploiting those opportunities for their own gains and for their own upsides. And so I think for a lot of times it's always we're pointing fingers instead of actually just pointing the finger inward and figuring out we're probably the biggest enemy of ourselves. And if we change that, that's where all the upside is, in my opinion.
Wholeheartedly agree. Wholeheartedly agree. When you think about the criticism that the travel space have gotten, things of that nature, especially the black travelers, it have been coming from black people for the most part. And to me, that is absurd. Just because, like, what problem will you have with a person trying to broaden their horizons, searching for brighter skies? What how does that affect you in a negative way, if anything? And if you love where you at so much, this is a person that's like not going for the pie that you're going for. So you would think that you would appreciate that or whatever. But I think especially in this community of ours, it's gonna always that just wanna detract and find a problem with everything. You know what I mean? Like I've seen where like people could be completely positive and people could have a problem with that. Oh, you out here helping these people and this, that, and the third, like their own. So excuse me, that's probably my computer, but they'd be like they need to get out and get it on their own and things of that nature. I know you guys are kind of new, but a gentleman that I talk over here, to my channel. But a gentleman that I talk over here, talk about a lot over here is John Hope Bryant. Are you guys familiar with him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been on the Breakfast Club a couple of times.
How about your?
No,
yep.
I don't know
that
him particularly.
man is actually out there. Yeah, he's actually wrote a couple books, which I am like I tell people, like, to me, that's the real big homie. The big homie is not the dude in the hood that's selling drugs and trying to get you to go on a dummy mission. John Hope Bryant is the real big homie. Before that, it was Reginald F. Lewis. Are you guys familiar with? I'm sure he wrote the book "Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun?"
Before that man is woo. He died too early.
Legendary.
Yeah.
I think the book had my mind going like it was a mystery or something. Like it seemed like he was just too powerful for something, but I'm not gonna put that in the air. But that's just how my mind worked, because he was a very not just smart but intelligent black brother. And I was like, man, like first $1 billion black $1 billion business owner in America. If you haven't read the book, I highly recommend that you read that book. It's called Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun by Reginald F. Lewis. But talking about John Hope Bryant, he was the largest black single family homeowner in America. And when he sold his company, I think he sold it for $115 million and things of that nature. So what he do now, he got the John Hope Bryant Foundation. And it's all around the world. His tagline goes something like this, and I'm a butcher, so please just allow me grace. But I'm trying to get it out the best way I can. He say, my foundation is to help poor people, to help impoverished people, particularly people of color, especially Black people. And I think he got like a tremendous goal to where he say he want to make 100,000 millionaires and I think have 100,000 homeowners and 4,000 millionaires or something like that. It's some tremendous goal. And I've always like what he's saying. He's on the Black Effect Network with Shalimar the God, to where he just got $200 million for that. He's on that with him, and I listen to him all the time, and he just drops so much knowledge. But I really knew it was real. This is a brother that live in LA. He come from the West Coast, but he have a John Hope Foundation in America, to where it's completely free. Well, it's completely it's a nonprofit for him. And he's like, on average, we raise your credit score by 100 points, and we say your savings go up by 3,500. And he speaks to what go on, and he said, yes, racism is still prevalent in America, but what's more of an issue now is classism.
Correct.
And he talks about the difference between like, say, just statistically, do you know people with credit scores live in better neighborhoods that is less controlled by the police, which they also live longer? And he show you this how it all lines up statistically and things of that nature. Like, if you haven't checked them out, I strongly recommend you check them out. I'm just saying, I'm bringing him up to say, like, he is one of the Black men that our culture should be following, opposed to these rappers that's out here talking about crashing out over some disrespect in the neighborhood to where they don't even own a house at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking
but with that,
you were talking.
Yeah, and I do like to add this as a nuance to, because what happens and what tends to happen a lot is that you'll one day wake up and say, man, you know what? This race war, this agitation is really not about that. What it is about class war. And what happens is you leave one battlefield to go to another. And they're both false battlefields. If you really look into it, it's not even a class war. It's just people who are making choices on their own. There's millions of billionaires and millionaires out here laying the game for free, completely free. I know if you watch a young gentleman called Schools of Hard Knocks, he constantly is out giving game for free by billionaires and millionaires. Because what most people don't understand is most millionaires and billionaires are all self-made. Nothing has been inherited. That's a small few of a small few. The majority of people who are the richest people were just a couple generations ago poor. And so at the end of the day, it's a very social, economic, and political mobile nation that we live in America. But there's always somebody feeding you. Oh, man, these people are holding you back. This group is holding you back. And what the truth is, nobody holding you back but yourself. There's going to be open conflict. That happens in every group, every gender. It doesn't matter how you cut it. At the end of the day, that's just a reality that you have to face. The most important thing is to go out there and fight your war. And most of it is in work. So once you start putting in the work, man, the upside is there. So this is why I'm always trying to just preach. Hey, man, just turn in and figure out what you are doing. That's the problem. Because it's not about wage stagnation. It's about asset stagnation. And nothing stops you from purchasing a stock, a bond, or a house. So as soon as you secure your resources, this is where you're going to start seeing upside. And I tell you what, merit respects merit. No matter where I've gone in the world,
Nice.
I've always been respected by other people of other culture because I'm a competent Black male. And as you can see with people like I Show Speed, or even that guy Mike with the song, I'm Young, Black, and Rich, people will respect greatness. And so the moment you become great, everything else falls to the waste. That's facts on the street.
Yeah, I agree with what you said about
So let me ask
owning your.
you don't believe in classism? You know what, man?
Let's say it
Go
again.
ahead, Black Cleaner. My apologies.
I was just saying that I agree with
I
what
was
he
just
was
going to
saying
ask
about
you.
securing your resources.
No, I get what you. Go ahead. Go. You said ask me about classism. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said you don't believe that's an issue, classism.
I believe everybody has an issue. Like, watch this. Is there some women that will disagree with you because you're a male? Yes. Will there be some men that disagree with women just because they're women? Yes. Is there some people who will disagree with you based on race, ethnic background, nationality? Those things exist all across society in all groups of people. If you put all black people in one place, they'll find something to separate each other from. One in a
That's
second,
true.
we might both be black, but I'll be like, you a pagan and I'm a Christian. So I'll crucify you because you're a pagan, even though the other guy might be white, but he's Christian. So he's my Christian brother. So I will go against you, even from the same
I'm a
tribe,
house
based
nigga.
off of that.
I'm a house nigga, and you're a field nigga just because your skin tone is darker.
We got all these different types of layers, right?
Yeah,
You can go down to Latin America, where it wouldn't be like that, where you'll be a house ninja or you'll be a field
That's
ninja.
not
What
true.
will happen is that
They
they'll
have
integrate you.
They
They'll
the
actually
black people
integrate
in
you with the
this country
white
are
people and
bottom,
create
though.
mulattoes. So net, at the end of the day, everybody has issues. I'm saying at the end of the day, it's a warfare all out across the board. The moment you think your skin folk is your kinfolk is the failure. I'm only brothers with people of the covenant. That means that they hold the same mentality I have, regardless of race, gender, and etc. If they are of the covenant, then they're my brother. And if you actually listen to blood is thicker than water, it is blood
I'll
of the
bring that
covenant
up.
is thicker than water of the
It's
womb. Exactly. And that covenant is
Can't get
that
along with passport,
understanding.
bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, plantation bro.
I
Plantation bro can't get along with a passport, bro. That mentality, the two different mentalities.
Yeah, exactly. But watch this. I'm not bewildered by that. They're playing their role in this life. I'm playing mine. And we'll see who wins on the turf. I'm never surprised if, like, let's say I'm a passport bro and you go overseas and you're like, man, these people are hating on me. They're supposed to hate on you. That is their deterrent to obtain power, right? So I'm supposed to call you a ex-tourism, you going over there for misdoings, even though I'm committing the same atrocities, let's say in Jamaica. I'm not going to put myself on blast. I'm going to put you on blast. That's life. People always do that. It's hypocrisy.
Pro wrestling.
Exactly. Now you're saying, well, I'm just my options. The less options you have, the more leverage I have over you in the negotiation. I don't want you to have global options. I want you to have local options. I want you to be begging me, regardless if I'm busted and disgusted, overweight, disrespectful with 20 children from 80 baby daddies. I want you to be in a position where you don't have a choice. You have to deal with it. And then what I'm going to do to get there is to deter everything. I'm ashamed, insult, guilt, because I need to be right. Shout outs to KS. So let them play their position and you play yours. You will be great.
Oh, absolutely.
Let them do what they do. You know what I'm saying? They never stopped you, though. You still got on that jet. You still got that stamp. You still making waves, right? And the world's going to look, again, they're going to look at you more through the lens of I show speed than the people who've been having issues in the space. I don't want to put out specifically names, but allegedly, you know who I'm talking about. So they're not going to look at you through that. They're going to look at you through the other lens. So we just put on. That's it.
Facts.
No, you just said a lot that I agree with, man, and I definitely appreciate your perspective. I like being in spaces like this. Like I say, even though I can, like, say, not agree with you, I can respect and see where you're coming from. Not saying that I don't agree with you, because you haven't said any too much things that I don't think I agree. That's something that I will have a hard time arguing with. But I think these type of conversations don't be highlighted though. These type of panels are not going to be like put up on a pedestal. It's only when we're on here cussing each other out and talking about each other mothers and things of that nature, then we could go viral, because Anton and Corey Holcomb are doing the best numbers that they have ever done off of this little beef that they got going on. Like, what'd you say, Black Lena?
And this is the kind of conversation that they should have been having. Because, I mean, as he said, he's leaning more towards Anton Daniels. And as you know, where I come from, I mean, where my stance is, I'm leaning more towards, Corey Holcomb, because I feel that, well, I've watched Corey Holcomb for years now, and I know that he stands towards the culture. And, I'm not, I mean, I can be conservative in my ways, because I do believe in conservatism as long as it's practiced right, but I do not believe in alt-right or white supremacy. So that's where, I will always clash with someone who is a conservative if they're starting to, express white alt-right point of views. But if they want to just talk about conservative and, bootstrapism, pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, I'm all for that, because that's what I'm with. But the whole, I don't see color type of situation, that's where me and them will have to agree to disagree. And that's what I was saying. This is the type of conversation that Corey and Anton should have been having, but they didn't because of the emotions that got involved with it.
Yeah, I also see where you're coming from, but you remember, because you was on the panel earlier, I had smoke for both sides. I definitely say, like Corey Holcomb, he wanted to come off as a street dude that stands on principle and all of this stuff. And and you can't say certain things to him, or he's gonna get violent with you. I said, what can you say to Bill Gates to make him want to punch you in the face? What can you say to Jeff Bezos to make him want to punch you in the face? To make him want to crash out and say, punching you in the face is worth me being sued for hundreds of millions of dollars. You see what I'm saying? Because if I had that money, you could talk about everybody that I've ever known. And I'm not going to even hear you, because guess what? Everything looked like an ant from 30,000 feet. It don't even matter what you think. So I think when it comes down to it, if you think about it, as far as those two brothers, it's only, in my opinion, it's only so far that one could go. I think when you looking at it from Corey Holcomb's side, it's only so far that Corey Holcomb. I walk in the code. What code are you talking about? Oh, you can't speak to no man like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, to be fair, when Corey called him an ass kissing of a white man, he was calling him out on his cooning, whereas Anton said, "You suck the dick." Telling another man you suck the dick, that's emasculating. That is far more emasculating.
I agree.
Yeah,
but I also think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, bro.
And then another thing. Anton should really be one to be acting tough. I don't know if any of y'all noticed, but he did an interview with Fleece Johnson, aka the Booty Warrior, and got sex played.
Wow.
Hey, they said they brought that up on the panel earlier. They brought that up on the panel earlier. They said he was giggling like a little schoolgirl.
Yeah, man.
I never watched
it. Just laughing at him.
I need that video, bro. I need that video.
You got a nice booty and a nice body. And if you was ever in jail with me, I'd make you my bitch.
But I don't think Andrews. I don't think. Well, prior to that, I wouldn't. First of all, I think both is emasculating. To say another man kissed people's ass is nothing respectful. So that is disrespectful. Mm-hmm. That is emasculating. I'm not going to say RT or anybody on this panel, oh, well, you kiss the ass of these people. That's very emasculating. That's not a warrior. That's not anybody who stands on business to kiss. You can't kiss ass and then be like, I'm still a man after kissing ass. So that is as disrespectful. They both were disrespectful sayings at the end of the day. And I don't care for it too much because they also, they squashed it. They said what they said, and then towards they were like, all right, cool, and then they kind of like patched it up. So I think sometimes we focus too much on attention and not on the correction on the back end. And they ended up saying like, yo, maybe that was just a big red line for him. And for Anton, that's not a big line for him. So, okay, cool. And so they kind of hashed that out. So I think that's the cool part that they were able to do on camera. So, yeah, it's whatever.
Now, if I'm going to call a spade, they call me, or a lot of times they call me Pushback Charlie over here a lot of times because a lot of times when I hear them, I got to just hear. If we're being honest in that situation, those two things are not the same. It still can be disrespectful, but those are not the same. A ass kisser, so to speak, is a metaphorical term. Like you sucking up to somebody. You sucking up. You a brown noser. That is no term other than what he said, giving another man fellatio. That's the only thing that means. So that is
of the black community.
More disrespectful.
He said of the black community.
Huh?
I said he said you.
But you just to say that,
of the black community.
Dick is a dick.
No, he said
he's saying
you said you duck sick the black community.
But
not men or a man specifically.
But I don't know nothing. But now I don't know your beliefs, and I'm going to respect your beliefs. But in my belief, and listen, I just want to say this respectfully: the way that I grew up, only men had genitalia. Well, had penises. Now, to like say now, if you believe like a woman have a penis or something like that, that's a conversation for a different.
Wait, hold on. If you kiss a white man's ass, that ain't homo too.
That's cooning.
But that's metaphorical though. That could be looked at as metaphorical.
I don't think he meant literally that.
Yeah, how many times like
what was going on? It was metaphorical too.
Well, I don't want to sit here and get. I don't want to sit here and argue over semantics because the reality was this.
Will say that. Go ahead.
I said I don't want to argue over semantics because the argument really is this: when Corey said to Anton, "Don't say that," he should have deaded it. And he didn't. He tried to stand on it. And that's when Corey switched seats to be like, yo, I'm serious. Don't say that. And he still tried to stand on it. And that's when it got ugly. So that's where it went wrong. Because Anton never said, don't call me an ass kisser. Because I guarantee you, if Anton said, don't call me an ass kisser, I'm sure Corey would have been like, you know something, might be. But when Corey said, don't say nothing about no dick sucking to me, he was like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. That's where the disrespect came.
I think it already was launched, but again, we just don't agree.
If we're going to go into that, though, Corey Holcomb should have never got up and went over there and sat down.
Exactly.
Well, no,
there was so much violation.
He sat down when he said, don't talk to me like that. That's just like me saying, hey, don't disrespect me. And then you're like, I'll do what I want to do. Oh, well, you're going to do what you want to do? Switch seats. Now let me see you disrespect me in my face. That's basically what happened. That's all. I mean, but as I said, this is the type of conversation that should have been going on rather than the emotional that we did see. And if we would have had this kind of conversation going on, then it would have been uplifted versus us sitting here like right now and denigrating the whole episode.
And then my point is,
but LTO, you could say something, but let me say this: they wouldn't have done half of the numbers. Hold on. They wouldn't have done half of the numbers that they did because of this little debacle that they had online. they wouldn't have done half those numbers. It would just been another regular interview. So when it comes to content creators, that was content gold. I just think it was a bad look for both sides, in my opinion. But with that, I conclude. OTO, you want to go?
No, it's completely fine. I think we just disagree on the semantics or the pieces in between, but that's okay. That's why, again, that was the problem, right? Anton in his head didn't take offense to saying stuff like that. In his head, he took offense. And everybody's different. So I understand that about men because I led men. So I understand some men will be like, they'll say stuff out of pocket, and then the next group of men are like, what? What's wrong with that? And the next group is like, you say that about my mama. Where I was raised, we wouldn't say that. So the nuances are very different, and I completely get it. What I would say, though, is this is why you watch who you engage with. You always remain stoic, and you can't always do it. So sometimes you have an issue. But I think the good part about it is they circled back at the end of it, and then they ended up saying, hey, man, respects, it's all good. And so I think everybody else got a problem with it, but the two men who engaged in the conflict don't have a problem with it. They sorted it out, and they kept it pushing.
OTO, did you stop watching it right after that argument? Because when they left on a bad note.
Really? They fought again or said something bad?
Yeah, I can tell you. You didn't watch the very end of it.
Your switch, and then it was like blah blah blah, and it was calm.
Oh, that's where you stopped at. Yeah, no, it went further. Yeah, it went further. They got back heated. Anton stood up.
Really?
Holcomb called him the B word, which is like, say, if you're talking about hood disrespect, that is one of the most disrespectful things. Like, I literally have seen people like go through very terrible times because of that. Like calling, they didn't end on amicable ground. Like, you should probably watch the end of it because it wasn't.
Yeah.
He called him a backdoorian.
Backdoorian.
Yeah, he definitely called him a backdoorian. He talked about the girl, the female that Anton had with him, and
okay.
Because if you know Anton, so he had Mika with him, which is Mika, in my opinion, is a very beautiful woman. But he had her with him, and he was like, when you bring your B up here, man, you make sure you stand on business about her and all of that stuff. I strongly urge that you watch the end of it.
Oh boy, two ninjas doing ninja stuff.
It got very disrespectful.
I tell you what, if David Smith was there, none of that would have happened. Or Robert Smith, excuse me. So hence why I say it's a covenant, man. You just can't associate with some nonsense, and that's what it is, because those people will vibe by that. But I don't know why he is the measurement of blackness at all. Not my scale. I don't look at anything he does. He's just an entertainer. And then, it might sound rude and disrespectful, but I don't care. At the end of the day, that's what vibration he's going to vibrate at, and that's his frequency. So he can be whatever he wants to be. I don't care.
I agree.
So I think Anton should have just been wiser about taking that, conversation. I think it doesn't matter who you engage with conversations, because some people are willing to crash out about certain things that other people wouldn't. And you got to be able to know that that's a thing.
I think both of the brothers are talented enough to know what they're saying and how they said it, the inference behind what they said, in order to push people's buttons. One button.
What I would say,
I can verbally punch you. I can verbally punch you back too, and hurt your feelings. And that's what happened.
And guess what, Vernon? I don't even think it was about each other.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna tell you what it really is about. Anton's a guy who speaks against what the culture would usually want you to say.
Correct.
Exactly.
So, he's a Trump guy.
Corey, he was that culture right in above in talking to him. So it really wasn't even about him specifically. It was about that talking point, those ideas, really. And then he was just the one who was speaking on it. And so, being that type of person and always getting people coming at you, you a sellout, you this, you kissing white folks, and he like.
Corey got messy with it at the end of it, though. Corey got real messy with it. Like, you try to have me put this pretty bitch in the back that you can't explain on the show with me. Like, I don't know this bitch. You can't explain her, so why would I put her on the show? He got real messy with it.
Yep.
So then you got to say that's emotional. That wasn't analytical. That was strategic, but it was also an emotional way of punching back at this dude. Because both of them know, and they said it on the show. both of them had, well, at least Corey has his boys, and Anton don't go nowhere without a bodyguard. What no blows gonna get thrown? Not, I mean, you might have got one off, you might have even got two off, but that was gonna be about it. And they ain't gonna do that on the show. That's just more hype because they know they got detractors and haters too. If they had did that on a live where they actually went to blows, that shit definitely would have got the traction they needed, but it would have been the wrong kind of traction.
Yeah.
But at the same time too, we talked about that because Zoe Williams, beat up Ari Spears on the show, so I'm sure that went through Corey's head when he was going through it with Anton. Like, okay, here's another Zoe Williams situation. Let me try to, because he ended up, sitting down. He's like, yo, I'm trying to talk to you, because he already knew that it cost him $10,000 in order to, deal with that case with Zoe and Ari Spears. So he's like, okay, I'm not trying to spend another $10,000-$20,000 to fight against this dude here, because especially if Anton got his own loot. So of course it's going to be more than $10,000.
That's a fact. That is a
Plus,
fact.
It's his environment, so he's on liability angle. It is on Corey.
Yep,
that's it.
Exactly.
That's his environment. All you can do as a man is ask him.
My thing is, let me ask you this. Well, let me ask you this. When Corey was doing that, if you guys watched the whole studio, he was trying to allude to the female being there with Anton without saying it, but at the end, he just said it outright. Do you guys think that's a form of trying to dry snitch?
Yeah, that's why I say he got messy with it. That's a feminine thing. He got messy with the gossip and went ahead and put that out there. So, at the end, he went straight like, let me get back at you this way, put it out to your people that don't see what's going on in the background. You run around these pretty chicks that you say you're in a faithful relationship with, but for some reason, I don't know what Anton was trying to promote with this woman. Anton wanted this woman on the show with him, sitting next to him for this particular episode. Now, whether Anton was trying to knock out two birds with one stone and just promote her for something he wanted to do with her in the future, or maybe get some brownie points in with the chick for something side action, that's suggestive. You get what I'm saying? And the way Corey said it, it was similar to being suggestive that there was some kind of nuance behind the scene with this pretty chick that supposedly was running around with Anton that day.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Mika is signed to Anton. She's signed to him, so she's essentially like an artist of his. So it could have been just looked at as straight business. But if you say on Anton's live today, he called his wife. He said, "What you think about Mika?" She said, "I love Mika. Why? What's the problem?" She was like, no, I just wanted to see what you thought about it. It's like, I love Mika. That's my boo. Our birthdays are close together and everything. I have no problem with Mika.
Right.
So
but see, that's what I mean by the suggestive nature. It's the social media suggestive nature, as if he's alluding or doing something behind his own wife's back that his wife is not aware of. Is when you say things like that, you're saying it in a way that maybe his wife does or does not know Anton be running around these chicks in the background. But how could that be if you also suggested that Anton wanted the girl in front of the camera in front of everybody? And it means he wasn't trying to hide it.
Well, at the same, but Corey said he didn't explain her. So he's like, yo, why didn't you just bringing her up here? Like, yo, can you bring this girl in? He's like, yo, who is this chick? And you're not saying who she is to you. You're not saying this is my co-host. You're not saying can I bring this girl up here? And he's like, yo, nah, I don't know her. Sorry. Right. So that's where the disagreement came with that.
Right, and that's an Anton Daniels ego thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody's supposed to know everything he does. Like, he was insulted that he wasn't invited to something going on in Detroit when it came to a property being listed and wanting to be sold. That's one thing about Anton. Well, I bring in a lot of fucking popularity to the Detroit area, blah, blah, blah. Everybody should know me and want me around. And that's where I say sometimes I think Anton has this complex. When he was growing up as a child, he was bullied in Detroit. And now that he has a mic and some popularity, he's trying to get back in an angle at some of these guys that are in athletics and have a little more popularity. Like the thing that he went after with the basketball player. All of a sudden, he wanted the basketball players to say his name and still call them out of their name. You don't know how hard it is to become an athlete and do the 10,000 hours to be a professional on something. Go through all the the hurdles to do. It's like somebody saying to me in obstacles, "Oh, I wanted to be a Marine, but I didn't sign up because of this, that, and that." Nigga, you just didn't do it. You could
exactly.
But still, you think you can talk at the level of the experience of somebody that had to go through that in order to get the title. You know, and sometimes you get real free-lipped with that mic to talk as if you know, but you never went through whatever that person had to do in their perspective and their angle of struggle to get where they're at. You're speaking in terms that you don't know. And he reaches sometimes in that level. We all can talk intelligently about some things, but you can't put yourself in that life experience of where you are based on somebody else's achievements.
Well,
so go ahead.
I know one thing I like about Anton. This is the one thing I like about him. I tell you that since we're saying this. He ain't no punk. He say and he know himself. Now, I know a lot of normies, they just used to, oh, he's full of himself. Shut up, man. Y'all let y'all girls talk about how beautiful they is 24/7 around the clock, even if they ugly. But for some reason, when a man comes out and speaks positive about himself, it's not for some reason. I know the reason. But net, people got a problem with it. You got to shut up. You got to stay humble. Real wealth don't speak like that. That's all false, man. You can say whatever. Come on, I led many different type of characters, bro. Men are all different types. Some are quiet. Some are boastful. The only thing that matters is the results. Have they really done this stuff? That's all that matters, not how they speak, how they carry themselves, and what they say here and what they say there. That's all irrelevant. That's what inferior other people use to determine, well, you know what? I'm going to become a psychologist right now and a sociologist, and I'm going to say when you was young, you got – nobody knows, bruv. But one thing that I do know is the man gets done, and he feels – and he talks positive about himself. I ain't got no problem with that, bruv. Now, some people do, and I get why. I ain't faulting you.
Well, it's not that he talks positive
it.
about himself that I have a problem with. It's that he talks so negatively about everybody else.
No,
you know what I mean? And it's okay.
Charlie, that's a strategy.
I get it.
These outrights, that's a strategy for him sometimes too. He knows he needs to incite some type of controversy. If he just talks straight facts all the time and didn't bring the drama, he loses the clicks and views and the opportunity to monetize off of the idea or his time. So there's a lot of times he'll say some outlandish shit for the attention because he knows at the end of the day when that camera goes off, he's a whole nother different person. After the shit he says, when he turns off
strategy, 50 Cent used.
Right. Okay.
Is that person your person? The Jesus guy?
Yeah, he just came onto my channel. First time meeting him, but welcome to the channel. And I agree. You know, somebody needs to repent to somebody. You know what I mean? But that's one point of view.
Mm-hmm. But well, if you cool with it, I'm cool with it. But I think, like I say, that's 50 Cent angle. You know what I mean? Like say, I rather you love me. If you can't love me, I'd rather you hate me. In fact, like say back in the day when I used to date a female from jail, and I mean not from jail. She had a dude in jail, and like say I'd come in and she'll just be arguing on the phone with her, and I mean with him, and we sound crazy, and I'll be like, no, we're not gonna do that. She said, why? I hate him. I said, yeah, I know, but that hate could easily turn to love. You shouldn't have no emotions with him because you're arguing so passionate with him is something's there. So that's just a tactic that some people use. So I definitely get that, but at the same time, I think sometimes too far is too far. You can't go too far. And when you say F a woman that just got deleted, you know what I mean? I think that's a little bit too far. That's just like, if I'm keeping it a buck, I think Charleston White have a lot of good points. But when you say F a child that didn't have anything to do with a situation, and like she's still like that was deleted, and you say F a child, that's too far in my opinion. You know what I mean? And I get it.
Yeah, she's
you
a
gotta
grown
say
adult.
things to who grown adult? No,
That
no,
lady.
what those were two different situations. Well, no, those were, when I said a child, I was talking about what Charleston White said. When the other dude, when he got deleted and his daughter got deleted. You know what I mean? Those was two different situations. But
Anton, we were talking about that lady.
Even with Anton saying that, it's easy to disconnect yourself when you're sitting behind a computer all day, forgetting this is somebody's something. This is somebody's mother. This is somebody's child. This is somebody's sister. Cop. She is important to somebody, huh?
So was the cop.
Oh, that's a discussion for a different day.
Already got drugged.
You know, I'm actually in.
No, I was saying that he already got drugged by a car.
I would urge you. I seen that, but I would urge you to go back and look at the video. He wasn't like in danger.
Man, see, that's what I'm saying. People be sitting on the sidelines talking about law enforcement. That is a threat, and you're sitting on the sideline with the popcorn, like, well, you wasn't really in danger. See, that's why people be going like, bro, that's somebody's life, bro. Just like the same type of moral, equivalent that you attempted to use just now, it applies to the officer too, and it will be investigated. But at the end of the day, yes, it is. She could have been anywhere in the world, not causing issues right there with a car. There's peaceful protesters that were doing things peaceful and not with a vehicle like that. So at the end of the day, she's a grown adult. Don't ever put her on the children's stance. She decided to do what she did. I'm not saying good or bad.
I didn't put her on the children's stance.
That.
Yeah.
No, but I know you said.
But well, here's the thing. Allow me to be clear. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, allow me to be clear. I was just pointing out sometimes too far is too far. Like I said, just to reiterate, I agree with Charleston White a lot of times in things that he say. But when you say F a child that was deleted in a situation that had nothing to do with him, I say that was too far. Now, I'm not saying this woman was a child or nothing like that. Come on, that would be absurd. I'm sure we can all agree with that. She was driving a car after that. But even if you look at that, and once again, it will be investigated. And just because it's investigated don't mean justice will be served. But that's neither here nor there. I have no dog in that fight. But what I will say is this. Is certain ways that things are supposed to happen, certain protocols that you go about and things of that nature. And how can she be impeding traffic when on their camera she's waving cars by? She's trying to tell cars to go ahead and go by. That is on camera. Now, I don't know if anybody on here have lived in a cold state or a cold environment, but in Minnesota, we have a lot of ice because there's snow out here. It's a lot of snow out here. She could have been stuck on the snow or trying to reposition. We don't know that because we don't know what happened before that. But what we did know is for her to be blocking the street, that's not something people do, is wave people by in front of you. That's just what we did. Again, I have no dog in that fight. You know what I mean? Not for real. Like, they asked me why I'm not out there, and I'm sure somebody on the panel could disagree, but they just killed a blue-haired, a blue-eyed blonde lady. I could just imagine what they'll do to me if I was just mistaken. So I'm not going to be out there because that's just not what I do. And let me be honest. I'm sure a lot of you guys will say, especially I can't say I'm sure, but probably some of you guys have experienced what goes on in the news is not necessarily the whole story. Rona, you know a Ray Hammer?
Yeah, Ray Hammer. Yeah.
Yeah. That what goes on in the news is not necessarily the whole story. You know what I mean? So that's a different thing. Like I say, I could tell you now, not too long ago, that, and I'm sure that didn't make the news, that they ran up on a native gentleman from here that was like 19, 20 years old and beat him up really badly. You know what I mean? Now, I don't want to sound like a side for one or the other because I could look at both sides and find, fault. But what I will say is certain things that I just won't get on the train with, like say children. These people are going to children. I mean, because in Minnesota right now as we speak, because like I say, I'm up here. They're saying that it's okay for you not to send your kids to school because they have these officers outside of schools harassing children. And people saying, well, they know who they is. They how can they know who they is? All children. Somebody said I just contradicted myself. Maybe so. If you add some context, maybe I could clear that up. But I'm just saying, like, say from one part or the other. You know what I mean? So is it too light? But just for Anton to be on the outside and say F that lady, I think that was a little bit much. Because I'm not going to say F somebody that just we don't like somebody's somebody. Everybody's somebody. You know what I mean? And that was my main part. I didn't really want to go into the ICE thing because at the end of the day, it is what it is.
I mean, Corey disrespected the chick that he was with.
No, we're talking about we're talking about Renee Good being deleted and Anton Daniel saying "fuck that lady." That's who he was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. I get it. I get your perspective. You just have a different opinion, and that's something I fought for in the military. So I really don't mind other people's opinion if they don't agree with me, especially about that. And then, like you said, it will be justice served, even though it might not be a conviction. That's not really justice. It's just a system and a process. So we'll see, to be continued. But I think what's more important that they were actually talking about is, it was all over the place, man. They didn't even get into the action because of all that stuff. But I would say, what's his name, Corey? He was moving the goalposts like nobody's business. So.
Well, that's why I say they both won and they both lost. I think when it comes to like Corey out street ninja and Anton Daniels out, he out lectured him. He was more intellectual in my opinion. You know what I mean? So I just think that was the case of it. But at the end of the day, for them, that was YouTube gold. They're doing extremely good numbers behind it. And Anton already in both of their shows already do extremely well on YouTube. Like both.
Well, let's say low level YouTube. That's not really YouTube gold. I want to actually get y'all in the right mindset. That's not YouTube gold. YouTube gold is Mr. Beast. YouTube gold is I Show Speed. And they don't get away with doing that nonsense. See, this is where Black community folks are always messed up. But hey, that's y'all destiny. At the end of the day, that's not gold. When you're thinking that dudes crashing out, that's what gets the click. It's not what's get the click. Is that like, come on, bro? You think that's mainstream? You think YouTube's going to promote that?
To a good degree, F YouTube, man.
Yeah, see, that's the nonsense I'm talking about. How is it F YouTube? They pay $70 billion out to content
because they suppress numbers. They suppress certain content creators' numbers. I mean, that's evident. It's been evident.
What's the evidence?
There have been creators that have collaborated with what Ray just said, but what I will say about that is
they just talk.
I'm not saying that's what you mean. Well,
you got to show me an algorithm. You got to show proof. Like, let's say if he said that. No, watch this. If you say that about, let's say, Twitter, formerly Twitter, right? X. Of course, right? We've seen the evidence in that, right? We've seen the shadow ban, the X files. Like, so Elon provided that content so people could understand that happened. But if you don't have that on YouTube, you just chatting. And that's cool just to chat and make accusations. I'm not against you making allegations and accusations, but we can't walk around and be like, yeah, that's solidified. That's not solidified. Unless somebody else has fundamental proof of the algorithms showing them that they're banning specific people. Now, they do put people on alert, like, Manosphere and stuff like that, but they have a brand. It makes sense within the constructs of their agreement and their contracts. That's why I said crashing out and yelling, that's not gold to YouTube. That's not even platinum. That's not even copper. That might be gold in the Black community, But that ain't gold on YouTube.
I get what you're saying,
what I'm
but
saying?
I'm not even saying that was like content that I personally myself
No, not
like.
you.
But when I say YouTube Gold, that if somebody else, like say a small creator like myself, was to do numbers like that, it would project my whole, whether no matter what it was, even if I was on here cooking and I got those numbers, it would be a tremendous skyrocket for me. Tremendous. So it's not that I'm saying, oh, because they was I'm seconding their actions and things of that nature. What I'm saying is, by them being content creators, they made some content that is going to get a lot of eyes. That's all I'm saying. And it was the biggest thing on the internet today. I mean, on YouTube today. I guess maybe because I'm black and it's the stuff that I watch
that's
from black people.
That's the filter. That's not the biggest. It's a dog somewhere. It's a goddamn raccoon somewhere that's way more viral and people care more. That's why I say, y'all black people, y'all be in that goddamn bubble and y'all don't even realize y'all in it. That is definitely not the sauce, the viral of YouTube. Is Anton crashing out with Corey? That's black circle, and that's not even all black people. I
also think when I Show Speed put up video. No, I also think maybe also because I'm black and I Show Speed is black. I also think when he put up a video and they get 1 million views within 12 hours, that is YouTube gold.
What, I Show Speed?
So maybe that, yeah, I Show Speed to put up and it'll get 1 million views within 12 hours. Kai Cenat put up a video and it'll get 1 million views within 24 hours.
Yeah, no, definitely. But what I'm trying to describe is the business model that comes behind it. So when Kai Cenat comes and he gets 1 million views, all 1 million views are not created the same, especially when you have to dig into content and see what the content is.
Agreed.
And is that content that somebody can get behind? Is that something that advertisers want to get behind? When they see them crashing out, who's going to get behind that? Maybe a mouth guard company, right? Guard your grill. Maybe Stand Your Ground company that can sell some guns. But outside of that, when you have those other videos with the same amount of views, they come out a little bit different in the algorithm. And the advertisers want to be connected to that. They might not want to be connected to dudes talking about duck sicking and all this other garbage. Like, that's not like, oh man, yeah, let's be a part of that. Bank of America, brought to you by Bank of America. Who's duck sicking? Like, come on. I ain't duck sicking, you duck sicking. And then they just going back and forth. And I feel your switch and all this other, pause-worthy things.
Well, I'm looking for a video. I told people on my channel that I'm not. Yeah, you find one that's doing numbers like that of a raccoon or a rat somewhere, because I will be very interested to see it. You know what I mean? But
it is, bro.
Like, dude, YouTube is super funny. Go ahead.
Now I was asking OTO where he from, because I haven't heard the term duck sicking since '95 when me and my peeps was using it.
No, I stole that from a great content creator, CGA. He just saying I thought it was funny, but yeah, duck sicking. Because I can't say the word, but I thought it was funny when he said it. So I was like, yo, that's funny.
Yeah, we used to say that back in 95, 94, 95 in high school when I was in Boston. So yeah.
Hell, even CGA be biting off of motherfuckers.
I didn't know that was a real thing, though. I didn't know people said that. Dang.
It's like that pig lack. Yeah, exactly.
Nah, but dig it. But I will say this though, like there's been times to where, like, even for me, a small channel like for me, I cross stream, I'll stream on Rumble and on YouTube. And sometimes, and it depends on what you're talking about too, that's also a thing. But there's times to where, okay, I will get more views on Rumble than on YouTube. But then again, it's funny because there's a select few of videos or streams I've done where I will have more views on YouTube than on Rumble. So it's just weird. But I don't just stay on content like that, with Anton and Corey. You know what I mean? Like I decided, to throw my 2 cents in it, And you looked at the views. I'm like, damn, okay, YouTube, like suppressing and shit. But then again, as a lot of people say, YouTube is super sensitive versus other platforms. So I mean, hey, it is what it is.
I think so too. You have had black travel. Now, once again, I said I think so. There's no, like OTO just said, there's no proof that where we could just pull up, these are the numbers, and the numbers say this, that, and the third. But I think, like, say, especially in the travel space, if you like, I think Ace Live had Ace had showed the difference one time. He was like, "Oh, look at this video that I did with this, and it got this many numbers. But when I showed this video with this woman in here, the numbers went tremendously down." Now he's like, "Look at this video that got this many numbers." But then when he showed a woman in the same poses and things of that nature, that video also did well. And he showed case after case after case of that. Then he even switched it up. He was like, "Okay, guys, I will take this. If you guys say this video is, this clip in this video went too far, I could take that." He said, "What you guys think?" And it was like, "Yeah, that was too far. That was too far. That was too far." He said, "Okay, well, I want y'all to know that was his video. That wasn't my video. I didn't show that on my video. And that video still did tremendously well." So I do think that there is cases to show that videos do get suppressed. Like if they look at you to be in a negative space on YouTube, it's a such thing called shadow ban. Like, people don't get notifications when you go live and things of that nature. Those are things that I have seen.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it very heavily depends on like what you're talking about too, because like I said, there's topics and other like subjects, that came up that's totally way off base from what we be talking about, and they're getting like high views, like he said, talking about squirrels, cats getting high views in that versus talking about content like what we be talking about. So it's just crazy like that.
Listen, and then allow me to be clear. I just don't watch like black content creators and things of that nature. I watch people that I guess John Hope Bryant, he's black, but he's more of a financial guy. I watch Cody Sanchez. She's a financial female. I watch Brian Young. He's a credit guy. I watch it's a numerous of people that I watch that's not just necessarily black. I watch a lot of boxing content. I like combat and things of that nature. So it's not just I'm just stuck in a black
algorithm
in the black space. Like I said, my TV, my YouTube don't even never once have referred to Jay Rillo video to me. Not even once. Seeing about Jay Rillo has been on other people's platform.
I don't think I even chose to cover that motherfucker, man. Him or that Floyd dude, whatever the hell's name. Yeah. It didn't spark no interest in me, because in my algorithm, it's then they're akin to what you talking about, what I mean? No, it was like in my algorithm on my side. If you look at my shit, if you look at my algorithm, whatever, it's martial arts, martial arts, MMA, anime, different content creators. Like I even got Asian content creators, that I'm subscribed to, and those cats filled the slots of so-called brothers who was on some funny stuff, you know what I mean? And because I don't do cats who are like stuck up, like these females, and they act all, just effeminate and shit. And then once I start seeing that, I'm like, all right, bro. I'm like, I already got the gems from you I need to help form the masculine Voltron that I built. So therefore, I'll grew you, and you're getting on this funny stuff. But God bless you, I gotta depart. And then that slot will be filled up with other cats like these Asian creators. And then I got movie related stuff too, and other brothers I'm subscribed to that travels. And when it comes to that, it's me who's an aspirer of traveling. I only get the content, you know what I mean, from you brothers, you know, what y'all give. You know, I can only report on that or what you guys report. So, you know, that feeds my desire of wanting to travel and not listening to these people, these detractors, you know what I mean? So salute to black men traveling.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the complete reason why I'm in this space, because I started watching black men that travel, and like shout out to Ronin Travelers, but I come across Ronin Travelers, Ronin the wandering traveler. You know what I mean? And like say when I first went to the DR, he gave me a lot of recommendations on where to. Well, he didn't give me. He put on his page a lot of recommendations to stay. And if this is your first time, this will be a great area to stay in. So that's more or less what I do now. Is there a time for Anton Daniel? Yeah, I'm a part of the bag chasers. I'll say that, because when he's behind the scenes and he have a lot of game when it comes to money. He have a lot of games when it comes to game. No, let me not use that word because that's a black word. He has a lot of insight when it comes to money. He has a lot of knowledge when it comes to taxes and stock, things of that nature. So I'm a part of the bag chasers, but at the same time, it's a time for Anton Daniels. It's a time for even the 5150 show. Like, say, if I get to the crib, if I get home and it's late and I just want to like wind down and just watch something and let my brain get a rest, I'll watch that, because it's not challenging my intellect. It's not nothing I really have to think about. It's something that I'm unwinding watching. But
damn, you just said mindless entertainment without saying mindless entertainment. I'm just saying.
Hey, I can't disagree with that, brother. I can't disagree with that, because it is mine. It's like, come on, man, who really cares about what? At least I don't. I don't care about what stars are doing or who, goddamn it, Tay Diggs is marrying or dating. You know what I mean? It's just something that's background music, so to speak, well, background noise, so to speak. So, yeah, I guess I have a problem arguing against that, but. With that, I conclude.
Sorry, I was looking for a video. I just can't find it right now. It'll pop up.
You talking about the squirrel video?
No, I was looking for the video. There was a guy that had analyzed all different angles or cop film of the lady that was shot. And he was looking at it from like 5 different angles, the different camera angles that were available, to show where the cop was positioned to the lady. And as she pulled off, it looked like there was a direct contact with the guy in front of the car. But actually there was the guy with the camera and the gun was standing on the side of the car. And then he said there was a clip that was enhanced and changed where it made it look like the guy and she had sped up and actually hit the guy. So there was actually some false film put in there that hyped up the situation even more. But that wasn't legitimate film from all the other angles. It was something that was added to kind of sell the story. Yeah. But I can't find the clip right now. So, you know, I don't like putting things out unless I can show you what he's talking about.
I feel that.
Yeah, yep. And you know what? I probably should go to find that that clip as well, because like say it was surfers. I mean, it was circulating around Minnesota to where they showed it in like slow mo, and it was it was just like it didn't. The evidence wasn't in contrast to what they were saying and things of that nature. It didn't match up. But even so, and I got some pushback for some brothers from that. Like, in what practice is it to walk in front of a car that's in drive? What practice is that? In fact,
when you're in law enforcement, your job is to try to apprehend the criminal. So I mean, I understand what his point of view is. You're doing something wrong. You're trying to get away, and I'm trying to apprehend you. And now you're about to try to, run me over. That's grounds for homicide. That's ground for me to be able to self-preservation or protect myself. I get that.
I'm gonna say this real quick. and maybe obstacles will believe the same way I do or don't. Military trained wise, you don't put yourself in a situation where you have to pull your gun unless you're willing to use it. Secondly, officers too many times use "I was in fear for my life," but you put yourself in a situation where you press the situation where you put yourself in that direct line of fear. And if you got them that goddamn scary, why do you have a fucking gun in the first place? Quit your job and go find another line of work where you don't feel like you're always in fear for your fucking life, and you got to draw down on somebody as a first motherfucking option.
That's
Woo,
I agree.
Clip that, amen.
Just to add to that right fast, just give me one second. Just that Walmart is always hiring greeters. They're the safest people on the planet. You can go and just say hi to people and you'll be cool.
Not nowadays. People get shot at Walmart.
Well, you see, it's crazy, man.
Go ahead, Ray.
I'm like this, man. Like what you just said, brother Ronan, man. And salute to you on that one, man. May somebody clip that one, man. Because boy, I can't stand like antagonist. That's the capital definition of antagonistic, right?
Yeah.
Or and then if you ever listen to police when they start talking, stop fighting, stop resisting. They say that automatically, even if the guy isn't. It's like they're trained to say it so that if it gets caught on body cam, they can replay it and use it as they took it as that person was resisting, even if they were not. There's a sound bite there that they can use.
I'm definitely maybe on the other side of this, which is completely fine. I don't care. Officers still have the power. I'm just a smart intellect. And then I just use reason and choice. I've been in law enforcement before, and especially it's not an easy thing. So it's always easy to sit back and say what somebody would have, could have, should have done. But that's a little bit hard to judge in the moment. What I would say, though, is just be smart, guys. Because anybody who's listening to this, you might think, yeah, that's right. I should say this, and I should stand up for myself, and I should argue the case, and I should go back and forth with the officer, or whatever the case may be. Your life is in danger every time that you have those interactions. They have burners. They have guns on them. And so I'm telling you to leave with your life. I'm not trying to tell you to leave with the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't exist when that officer holds that gun. If you make it out, maybe it will work out for you. Maybe it won't. But guess what? You'll be dead. And people will be using you online to say, yeah, man, that's why we need to go against the cops. And you just be a goddamn cartoon character on a freaking T-shirt. Dead. Because you would listen to everybody else who tell you to, yeah, man, don't listen.
Are you
just gonna roll over and let the
serious?
officer tell you what to say? Yeah, I'm trying to tell you how to leave with your life. The place you fight is in the court. It's not out there with the officer going back and forth. So my perspective is just different. I just follow, comply, and then once I get my stuff sorted out, I'll talk to the judge. I'll get my lawyer. That's where I handle it. In the field, negative, never.
I agree. I can agree with OTO. I mean, as they say, they call officers the dogs. You know what I'm saying? They're the enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Arm of the law. So of course, it's like you're going against. Would you go into somebody's property and they got rabid dogs on the property? No, you're gonna wait until he calls the dogs off, and then you're gonna enter the property when you know that it's safe. So yeah, when you have these officers in front of you, this is the enforcement. These are the dogs that are attacking you. So you don't know if this dog is going to kill you or not. So you got to leave with, as you said, leave with your life.
I just make it easier for the process.
No, I agree with OTO said, but I think.
But y'all want to be revolutionaries, okay? When you get a,
I think Black Cleaner, you kind of went off the rails. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying like when people get hot slugs in their chest or they get ruffled up, then that's just where it's gonna go. But what I'm telling you, it's your life. I take my time with it, and I also understand from the other perspective. I understand. Y'all don't say nothing when cops get their heads blown off. I don't hear nobody raging out and crashing out. And it's a thin line between that.
Because they
The person
evil
you
as
think
fuck.
that ain't gonna. Here we go. See, there we go.
I wouldn't even say that, bro. I would say I would
bro.
say we could be more than confident that they're gonna be held accountable for that. That's what I would say to that. Like, say, if somebody wrong a cop,
off the cop,
off a cop, they're going to be.
Yeah, but the cop is still off.
That.
I don't care about. See, that's what I'm saying. You, as the living, as a bystander, cares about that. The person who's deleted in oblivion don't care about who went to jail or not. I know y'all say that to yourselves to make y'all feel good in the courtroom. But the person who got blasted, they don't care about that. They're not going to open up one eye from the grave and be like, "Oh, he in prison."
Oh, Lord
I
Jesus.
feel good about that. He's gone. So what I'm telling the person who could hear me is, don't listen to this nonsense,
wasn't you just
man.
defending when? No, I get that,
Yeah,
and like I said, we're having civil discourse here, so I'm all on board for it. But weren't you just defending when somebody said? Anton said, "F that lady that just died. She's died. She's gone now." So I think those two things are in.
So I would have told that lady, "F around and find out."
Less mourning
this
when
is
it's
not
a cop.
time to be a Karen. I would have told that lady, "This is not the time to be a Karen. You're putting yourself in a predicament." I'm not going to sit up there and tell that. And
So
she's a woman, and she should know that. And she should know that, bro. She should be far away from violence and contention and conflict.
Listen.
You should be.
Had
you got
it been
diplomacy.
me, I
you
would
got
have
no
got
hands.
out on the ground with my hands up. I would have crawled through the window with my hands up. Had it been me, but
I wouldn't even
I've
have
been
there.
in situations too. Well, you don't know where they're. Well, yeah.
No,
I'm
but
not going
to went after her.
yet.
I don't know the details though. I don't.
She was in her own neighborhood.
That doesn't mean anything. You could be in your own neighborhood. She wasn't there kissing kittens, and then they just rolled up on her. And even if they did, then like I said, they got the blicky. Go ahead, be a rebellious. Go ahead, be rebellious. I don't care, because at the end of the day, people are going to keep moving on. So you can go ahead and believe up people gassing you up. Go ahead. You just be a cartoon
let me ask you this.
That's it.
Let me ask you this, good brother. What could Sonya Massey? Because it seemed like it's almost you coming off a little biased, if I'm being honest. But what could Sonya Massey have done to still be alive? I that's a fair point. But what could Sonya Massey have done? She did what they told her. I'm sorry.
No, say it again, Charlie. I couldn't hear you. It was a slight delay.
No,
Go ahead.
I said, what could have Sonya Massey have done to in her situation?
Who's this?
That's the lady to where the police told her to get the boiling water off of the stove, and when she did, he said she was going to use that as a weapon to throw on him. What could she have done? She complied
by getting on the boil. And well, I don't know that case, so I can't speak to it. I really don't know what you're talking about, so I'm just be responding to whatever you're saying.
Well, that's literally what happened if anybody else on the panel, because it was all the talk not too long ago. If anybody else disagree with how that happened, please do. But she called the police for help. I'm sorry, the black lady to where she called the police for help, and I think she said somebody was outside the house while they was in the house. I don't know, but he said it was boiling water on the stove, and he told her.
Oh, I was about to bring that up. Well, go ahead.
But what, and that's what happened. She was sitting down on her couch. She had a boiling water on the stove or whatever. He said, "Go get the boiling water off the stove." She go do that. She goes to do that, and when she pick up the water, he told her, "I will shoot you in your face." She said, "I'm sorry," and dug down. She literally dug down, and he still deleted her. What could she have done in that situation?
Man, if you defend, well, before you respond, my dude, if you defend this damn officer on that shit, damn it, you are a piece of shit, and you need to rock, bro. Straight up, go ahead.
We good. I don't care about you, bro. You ain't gonna talk to me disrespectful.
I don't care about you, my nigga. But shit, real talk. I did not disrespect you. But I can't stand police apologists like you, my nigga. Go ahead. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead with your life, bro. Anyways,
well, yeah.
nobody
Go
cares.
ahead with yours, man. Nobody cares either, my dude.
Still
Nobody
winning.
cares. Nobody cares about
Still
your clan
winning.
either, my nigga. I already know
Still
what
winning.
clan you belong, my dude.
Still winning.
Yeah. You team Anton, huh? You team
I'm
Anton.
team me. Winning in real life. Grow up, little
Motherfucker,
boy.
I can't stand
Grow up, little
that
boy.
shit. And he talking about you want to revolutionize? Yes, motherfucker. These sons of
Do
bitches
something. You ain't
are
bust a
worse.
grape.
These
You
sons of
ain't bust
bitches
a
are
grape.
worse than the mob, my dude.
All right,
You ain't bust a
y'all.
grape.
They are worse than the mob.
We need to de-escalate the
You ain't bust a
situation.
grape.
We're not trying to
It
be
ain't no
Anton and
escalating.
Corey over here.
Motherfuckers have no warrior
I didn't say
spirit. That's what it
I didn't
is.
say
He
one
has no
thing.
warrior
No,
spirit.
there's no way
Sit
that
down.
because for one,
And watch this. I got no warrior spirit, but I'm a combat declarated veteran from Iraq and Afghanistan.
And it don't sound
We
like
ain't
it to
playing
me.
Destin
Don't
operation.
sound like it, my knee.
I just don't.
Hell, it don't sound like it to me.
I don't say the same things you say.
Ronan sound like he got more of a warrior
We agree
spirit
to
than you, my
disagree.
dude.
It's not about what it sounds like. It's about what it is.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? This is what I was trying to tell y'all guys earlier. It's not about
Like
what
you
it
the
sounds like.
toughest. Motherfucker, please.
Who said that?
Like you
Who
the
said
toughest.
that? You the one who's been
Hell,
saying that.
motherfucker, the hell. This
I don't
deranged.
think that's what he's coming on.
You know how many
exactly. But
deranged?
see,
Do
when
you
he's
know how many
emotional, that's what
deranged?
happens. When you get out of pocket,
There are
nah, let him keep
ex-military.
going.
There
I
are
wanna see it.
ex-military police
Watch it.
officers that are deranged as hell who needs a psyche evaluation, right? Because a lot of them, damn it, are going in and committing these damn atrocities towards people, towards innocent people. My dude, there was a report, dude, last year of a damn police department orchestrating, damn it, for there to be like false DUI arrests, which is wrongful DUI arrests, just so they can build up their quota. And they was demanded to do so by their chief. You see, and there was a recording that they exposed too. And there was two officers who basically whistleblowed the whole department. So yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like and to sit up here and to talk like that and not admit that being the case, I'm willing to admit, hey, there are some decent good officers, but how many of them are pressed to allow these other officers to get away with the bullshit?
A lot.
Now, Ray, if that's a question, you're gonna have to allow OTO to respond.
I'm not going to speak to his question. He's not going to give me the Corey thing and just move the goalpost. Back to what I was saying. Majority of officers are not out here deleting people unlawfully. That's just the facts. Now, you can feel what you feel about the cases and officers. I don't care. I mean, you're free. You're a human being. So that's irrelevant. You know, you have your opinion. You made it heard. But at the end of the day, I would say majority are not getting deleted. Majority of officers are getting deleted by people. That is true. But net, that's what happens. Law enforcement is not an easy thing at all. Now, most people say, go figure out a new job. Okay, cool. Then there's no law enforcement. I should tell cops, stop being cops. None of you guys sign up. Y'all can get that, community thing going with the tribe, and y'all can protect your own place. That's what we need to do. Just get rid of cops. There you go. Let's see it work. I'm always good with people who advocate all these fantasies, all these things that they think was going to work. Then go ahead. Cool. But I know from traveling the world and living overseas that cops can be way worse. And there are things that American cops can improve on. Not saying they're perfect. Nobody's perfect. But what I'm saying is what we're talking about is extremely complex. It's not easy. So to discuss it like it is easy, okay, cool. But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to tell people who are going to listen. Most probably won't, but be smart. Don't be listening to everybody else that's advocating the First Amendment, your right to carry a gun. So then when an officer pulls you over, you should be able to do this with your gun because you have a right, and be content. Just don't do that. There's a guy actually on YouTube that teaches people, if you do have guns, this is what you should do. Put your hands above.
You're referring
let
to
them know. He's trying to save people's life, unlike other people who's trying to make a point. Trying to fake start a revolution. They ain't bust a grape.
No,
they trying to get you all amped
he's
up.
Teaching people to
he's
carry
just trying to teach you how to do it responsibly and how to understand. So when the officers pull you over, you leave with your life and make a smart decision. But if y'all want to take it, no, I got my rights. I ain't got to do that. I ain't got to put my hands on it. Okay, cool. Play that card. It's your life, so go ahead. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't saying you shouldn't do it. Do what you want. The consequences come, they're gonna come. Have your big mom up in the court crying.
Say you don't care,
Cool.
but
The biggest thing is,
I don't.
It's your
Niggas
life.
like it.
It's your life.
I don't care, but if you get caught, remember that I don't care.
And I don't mean it to be disrespectful.
the point is,
don't care.
really what's being said is err on the side of caution, and you'll keep your life. It's pretty much is what's being said here. How you perceive it is one thing, but you know how volatile police departments are. Are they going through the process of evaluating and psychologically checking the policemen that are on the field? No. Are they double checking some of these guys and giving them 5 and 10 times chances when they violated different rules? A lot of times, yeah. But who's going to do the job if they don't? That's the problem. You can psychologically advise a whole bunch of people need to come off the police force because they have trauma and toxicity from the job and dealing with this, and they've been numb to what's going on in our communities for the last 50, 60 years. But there is no one right answer. And that's the biggest problem. If you go through and you start eliminating, because I say if you're silent, you're complicit. For every bad cop that's on a force, there's 10 guys that know he's a bad cop but won't say shit. And I don't know what that is, intimidation, the thin blue line, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Until they
the blue wall.
Until they want to clean up their own fucking inner society, you as a civilian can't do anything but duck and cover. Err on the side of caution. If you know that this is something that's been going on for a couple generations, one thing is not going to fix it. It's been corrupt for a while. There's going to be a whole bunch of things that have to happen in succession immediately, all at once, for that to be fixed. So there's a broken society thing that's going on, which is law enforcement. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The only thing you can do is err on the side of caution and not put yourself in those situations to where you have to be questioned. And if you are, all he's saying is follow through on whatever they're saying do so that you can walk away. And if there's something that was violated, have it documented and actually sue them. And you'll live. And it's sad to say that you have to do that, but that's where we're at right now.
I agree. Not all the time. You don't live all the time. You won't live all the time with that. But I
sent y'all a link to share. I sent y'all a link to share, and y'all may want to subscribe, Brother Ronan, to this channel, to the Real News Network.
Good. I got it. I'm gonna take a look at it.
I'm glad that we're able to have this dialogue like this.
Because I'm civilized.
Absolutely. I think sometimes it's going to, like, sometimes emotions are going to go a little high and things of that nature, but I still think it's a conversation overall that need to be had. Now, two things that I would say from the travel community, this is what I learned is this. I think OTO is froze. Is that just on my computer? That is as well. I mean, is that you guys as well?
No, he's moving.
Yeah, he moving.
Oh, okay. That might have. Okay. Two things. Just let me make these.
Still moving.
Okay. Just let me make these 2 quick points right fast. Just like one thing that I learned from the travel community. If somebody, you learned this in the neighborhood too, but more or less in the travel community. If you're out of the country and an armed man run up on you, that's not the time to try to fight back. Live to fight another day. Call them all type of bitches and hoes once you get back to your hotel room. Because we done seen many of people thought they was gonna fight off a gunman and it didn't work for them. That's just the simple fact of it. So self-preservation is key. But the second thing is, I've been to Brazil and I took a tour of the favelas. And you know what they say about the favelas in Brazil? Have little to no crime. Because the favelas is ran by the mob and they have a zero tolerance policy to where you know that if you was to break their rules and laws, you pay the ultimate cost. And with that being said, everybody's over there living in harmony. Not every, I can't say everybody because I haven't even like I was on the tour, but it looked peaceful. They say they did no crimes come out of there because is it ran by? They say it's ran by the mob or whatever, and whatever. But it's no tolerance. Like it's all about it's about them preserving what they have because they don't want to mess up because the police don't even go into the favelas. The mob run that. This is what many people have said it over there. So the police is not the end all be all.
Right.
You know
I'll say that's
but
good shit right there.
No, they definitely do. Like, but
see what I'm talking about?
Yo.
Wait.
Obstacles actually lived in Brazil for like 2 or 3 years. Just ask the man, Howard.
See,
that's the whole thing about somebody living.
This is a great example, bro. And again,
go ahead,
look,
tell me how it actually works in Brazil when it comes to law enforcement there.
Y'all are free men. Y'all want to run y'all communities like that? Go figure it out. Go build that community and go do that. Let the mob go hang out and run it. But what I would say about the Brazil, and I was going to say something about Kenya. Kenya's kind of like it has its own justice of the mob. And so when you steal a phone, the people delete you. They take your life. They call the cops just to pick up your body.
That's what I was getting to.
Now,
that.
hold on.
I was definitely getting to that.
It's hard to do that in a country where y'all ninjas think y'all could steal an iPhone and think it's not rightful for anybody to take your life. You shouldn't even have to go to jail for it. So again, you can't just point to that culture. That's a completely different way people live over there. That's not an American thing at all. They say you could take somebody's life because they stole something. Okay, so that's big difference. Most Americans don't say, yes, you can take somebody's life because you steal something. Most Americans won't agree with that. So that's a big difference. Number two, about Brazil specifically, the favelas is ran. There is crime, but it's only, inter-crime, right? Via the gangs, depending on who owns what, right? There's still issues, right? And of course, they're going to have issues when they're clashing with the cops. But for the most part, you don't want that neither. When you talk about, the cops might shoot you, but these guys might dip you in acid and they might hang you from streets and they might do all sorts of other things that I've seen myself with the actual video footage that comes from it. So it's not nothing that's sweet. I think sometimes we just tend to look at it like that and then we say, oh yeah, that sounds great. And hey, if you still want to try it, then go try it. I'm not even against it. But I'm just saying, it's some nuances, right? But it is a way a certain particular area actually organize itself. So you're right in that, right? But I'm not to say it's 100% bad. I'm not saying that neither, right? There's checks and balances, there are pros and cons for having police, not having them, having that situation and having a different situation. But I don't think nobody in here is ready to say somebody can get deleted because they stole a smartphone.
No, I don't. And that's not what I was alluding to. But also,
I didn't say you were.
This,
I was just trying to give an example.
May I ask how? Yeah. But I noticed a couple times you say y'all ninjas. Yeah, I do notice that.
Y'all.
You say y'all.
I would say Charlie. Sometimes I say Charlie if I was speaking to you directly. But if y'all remember, I was saying I was speaking through the panel and to the audience. So go ahead, Charlie.
If I may, how old are you, OTO?
88. No, I'm just kidding. 38.
Oh, okay. Well, you're old enough to remember. Well, not even to understand like the inceptions of gangs and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
You understand that gangs was originally formed to protect the neighborhood.
In their own way, the way they see fit.
They was there to protect the neighbor. So you're not going to go rob the old lady and just be selling her stuff and things of that nature.
Possibly, if the old lady wasn't paying the black fee, then yeah, they'll rob her. But if they paid her the bounty,
that wasn't a thing. That was not a thing. Maybe it was a thing where you from, but when I came up in that where I came up in
where they originated from.
Old folks wasn't getting. Okay. Bro said gangs are bad. I'm talking about why it started. They was originally formed to protect the neighborhood, especially from the police. But I get it. There's people that'll be out there that you could criminalize the Black Panther Party. Yes, you can. They broke the law and things of that nature. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wasn't it the Black Panther Party came first, and then when they broke up the Black Panther Party, that's when the Blackstones and the folks and all of that started to come about as a offshoot of the Black Panther.
Yeah. But people could point out, oh, these were Black men with guns and they didn't have license and things of that nature. But they had school programs, they had food programs and things of that nature. They had people that they was running out of the community that was selling drugs and things for that. So that, like, because I see somebody in the press say gangs are bad. Oh, this big, Big Banger, Ronan?
Big Banger is his name is familiar.
Ronan, you there?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Do I have you guys muted? Can you hear me?
It's a lag on Charlie's end. That's what's going on.
Charlie needs to stop talking about them cops. They cutting the internet, bro. You need to stop talking bad about YouTube and the algorithm.
Shit, I mean, y'all got on cops and stuff. I thought I came up, thought y'all was talking about Corey and Anton. Y'all shifted it to that. So,
we've been shifting all night. Believe me, it started a whole nother place before then.
Yeah, we were.
I mean, cause I looked up, man. I'm super pissed though, bro. I'm kind of super pissed, brother Roland, because I looked up, man. When I got in, it was like 6 or some hours. I'm like, damn, y'all been up this long, because I just got the notification like not that long ago.
I just went on live with him and started simulcasting not more than about an hour or two ago.
Oh,
so my
yeah.
Hasn't been long, but he's been on longer than me.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to eat it in a minute because I have to get up early. Like, I gotta go and see if I can't get my dogs fed. But no, with intellectual conversations like this, or conversations to where other people are voicing their opinion in a respectful way, are some dialect that I like to be a part of, just because a lot of times we do live in echo chambers, and because we live this life, we generally are in first player mode, so we can't see it from no other perspective but our own. So I like being able to see things from a person's different. But go ahead.
Well, though, dear brother, I would say this though: a lot of cats struggle with establishing the distinctions, the necessary distinctions within that, because certain things we must be unified on. You know what I mean? And then there's certain things where like, okay, that's your respected, bias. Okay, we leave it at that. But then again, you got people who wants to control you to the degree everything they view or somewhat stand on, they want you to agree with every damn aspect of that. And that's a problem that goes into tyranny and narcissism and all that bullshit.
You know something? I agree with what you were saying, because I was just reading
my question
Rich Dad,
to you,
Poor Dad, and he was talking about the donkey, how when the owner is riding the donkey, he shows them only the carrot, and that's how he's able to get the donkey to move, is by the carrot. But also in the story, he says if the donkey could see the whole picture, okay, then he would understand that there are other options, and he doesn't have to just take the carrot every day. So I definitely understand what you're saying. It is important for us to be able to see the whole picture, and that's and have a world view. And that's one of the reasons why I think travel is important for Black people, because that will allow us to get the world view and to see everything as a whole versus seeing just everything from American point of view.
Agree. I agree with that. But my question to you two guys, like, because what I heard you said there is situations to where everybody needs to be on the same accord and things of that nature. But although I agree with that, is that realistic?
On what?
Just
Yeah,
because you had people.
situations,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
on what situations though? I mean, religiously and morally, ethically, people have different beliefs. It doesn't matter. You might not never find 5 people that believe the same thing at once. That's why when obstacles say you find people that you bond with.
That's my question. Is it realistic
right?
though?
No,
Yes.
Now, and just to double down on that, just to double down on that, Ray and Black Cleaner, there was black people that thought slavery was a blessing. There was black people saying, "Look, we got it good here.
Well,
we get to,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, say that again.
Now they need a foot up the ass. That's they.
And I don't disagree, brother. I don't disagree, brother, but I'm just saying you do realize those was people out there that thought they had it good. Look at the house, nigga. The only thing that he had over everybody else is that he had access to the house.
And like, brother Charlie, in the same with that.
Said that Malcolm X.
Yeah, and to add on to that, what you said, I mean, it's in the same as when it comes to dudes who are die hard, willing to die on the hill of being a damn simp, and one who's willing to allow their wife to smack him on the head, side of the head with her purse, and you know what I mean, he thinks he can still be in the Hall of Man, you know what I mean, where man ain't tolerating none of that bullshit. So there's no coexistence with such dudes like that, man. So like, you know, I mean, that's way left field from how God's word said how we should be. Amen. So,
But as you said, is it realistic? Yes, it's realistic to be able to get the whole picture.
I just think it's not realistic. I'm going ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Black Cleaner. It was delayed.
I understand. I was just trying to make sure that Charlie could hear me. But yeah, I mean, it is realistic to see the whole picture. That's why, as I said, that's why travel is important. Here you have OTO. He's traveled, to many countries. Okay. He's also, as he said, he was a war veteran, and he also was in law enforcement. So he can see. So there are certain things that he sees and that he understands that he gets, he's going to give you a world view of from his side. Everybody, once they get a view of something, they're always going to choose what it is, their side. They're going to choose their side of the fence. They're going to draw their line in the sand and go on the side that it fits comfortable for them. If they're a coon, they're going to go on the side of the coons. If they're a goon, they're going to go on the side of the goons. But the key thing is learning the whole view, getting it from all sides so that you know which side that you're on. And then you'll own that side and be happy where you're at.
Yeah, but that's in direct contradiction into what we was just talking about, because if there's sides, everybody's not on the same plan. You know what I mean? There's not on the same side. That's a direct country. I was referring to everybody being what the gentleman said when he said everybody on the same side. There's some things we need to be on the same side of. And that's why I brought up the illustration of slavery, where some people thought slavery was a blessing. And I agree with Ray. Those people may have needed a foot up their ass. But you know what? Who was that? That was Malcolm X that said when the master catch a cold, he said, "What's wrong, master? We got a cold." He said the house catch a fire. He working harder to put out the fire than the master.
But
so I'm not saying that like I agree. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Biscuits.
I do want to say, I'm kind of in a position where I get that other people have different opinions than me when we don't going to agree. And I'm completely fine with it. I use it and leverage these conversations, not about actually convincing people of anything. I've actually used it for myself internally to understand that people are going to think whatever they're going to think. It's up to you to accept it and understand and move intelligently from that. So when you say, well, there was people who also thought slavery was good, I don't mind it, right? Because all I know is I need to out-clever them if I want freedom, right? I need to figure out how I can identify and target those individuals in order for me not to give them the information about our runaway plans. But it's not for me to convert him, change him, get him to understand why freedom is necessary. He is playing the piece that he is dealt, and he actually probably believes he's right. It's not even he probably thinks he's wrong. He doesn't do it because he thinks he's wrong. He does it because he thinks he's right. And at the end of the day, go ahead, Green Cleaner. Excuse me.
What I was going to say was I agree with what you're saying, but also to what Charlie was saying about the dude who saw that who thinks slavery is good. I don't think he's seen the other side, because I imagine if he was to go out of the plantation and go into the places where he can actually see free black freedmen walking around, okay, not enslaved, I don't think he'd be happy being a house nigga. He'd be like, hold up, there are black people out here amongst white folks walking around free, and I'm over here being the white man's lackey. Oh hell nah, fuck that.
No. And see, that's the funny thing about humans too. We think if somebody's just exposed to the information, obviously they'll make the choice. That's also false. They have free will to do whatever they please. God's been trying to teach y'all this since the Garden of Eden. Adam blamed Eve, and Eve blamed the serpent. They both had free will to make a decision, but they deferred to accept accountability. People make their own free will choice, even if a guy gave you all the answers. You have the free will choice to do as you please. So you might think, yeah, man, if he see the other side of town, he might wake himself up. Maybe, maybe not. But at the end of the day, Jim Ruth said this, and I think it was pretty funny. It's regardless, whether he wakes up or is he not. He is still that person, and the end result remains the same. He thinks slavery is okay, and he wants you to be in it. So I don't give a damn if he sees this information. If he goes to Mecca one day, maybe he'll understand. I just know that he doesn't understand now, and I need to move effectively and efficiently if I'm going to be smart. Because what you're thinking is, well, if I just tell him the information, if he see it, he going to want to be free. You don't know that for sure, sir. So gamble with your life.
I was going to say that.
Right. Let me say this real
Here's
quick.
the thing. Here's the thing. And let me double down. Go ahead.
Everything I'm hearing right now, and it boils down to a certain amount of words, and you guys know how I focus on words. Okay, and as I'm sitting here, I'm breaking down different things. In everybody's lives, you have your lived experience, you have perspectives based on your experiences, and based on maybe learning perspectives from books or other people that you might have been mentored by in their perspective and their lived experience. And then it comes down to whether you have your own set of morals and ethics that conform with or outside of society norms, which comes down to your right or wrong mechanism when it comes to how you exist. I look at a lot of things. I watch a lot of different things in human nature and psychology, and it boils down to game theory. You're only going to do what's right based on so many things that are important to you. Decipher whatever your perspective is, your lived experience is. It comes down to what in your mind you think is right for you. Everybody's selfish. If you really think about your perspective is for what? Your growth, your family growth, you're obtaining whatever you want to obtain. Those are your priorities in life. Then it comes down to conformity with either family, society, and so forth. Okay, so this is why you can never get any 1, 2, or 5 minds together that all agree on everything, because they have grown up in certain lived experiences, certain perspectives in their learning process. You get what I'm saying? So where everybody could be right, and that's why you say people can be right and wrong all at the same time. It's all a perspective. Life is about perspectives, lived and learned. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I heard you.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
Agree. What I will say to that is just, and I'll be quick. Black Cleaner, you understand what you just said would be the difference between freedom and slavery, because you want to show him the other side. Come on, man, this is the other side. We're gonna be free, and he like, yeah, all right, let me go get my clothes, and he went and got mastered. Now you hopping around with one foot because you tried to save somebody that thought they was already in paradise.
What did Harriet Tubman say? She could
I
have freed
tell
more if they only knew that they
I'm
were
sorry.
slaves. So
Exactly.
again, you guys make that position. Go ahead. And this is the funny part too. I think sometimes our teacher spoke about it, but we take things out of context. See, today we could sit around and say, "Man, them Africans were tripping for selling us into slavery." If you actually use your critical thinking abilities, they were not tripping. There was no such thing as black unity, planned blackness. It still isn't today on the continent. They still don't even have it. So to make a projection back then, we were most likely enemies. We were different groups. We didn't like each other. So of course I sold your group off to some white guys that I didn't even know. I don't like you because your ancestors came over to Turtle Island or whatever we want to call it, hit me upside my head and took Buffalo Creek. So again, they didn't have that unity. But we look back in the past and say, man, why weren't them Africans together as all black people? That wasn't a thing back then. Humans didn't think like that. And so people who lived in the region, as they always say, right? Black people have violence amongst black people because they live with each other. White people have violence with white people because they live amongst each other. So again, I think sometimes we just take those projections and then we think about the past and why didn't they do this? And it's like, bro, your best bet is to worry about 2026 and not crashing out like Corey and Anton and being focused on getting to the resources.
Yeah.
You know what?
You know what? Let me double down.
I agree with that, my dude. I agree with that, my dude.
Rick.
No, I said I really agree with that. I ain't really got nothing against that, actually. Shit, especially the way he ended that. I mean, brother, what do you call OT
Shout out to y'all.
for the initial?
That's how it comes around.
I mean, hey, I'm gonna stand on an A, man. When it comes to the the police and shit like that, yeah, my feet's in the concrete on that one. But I am also in agreement when it comes to that one should be wise and exercise like caution and a great deal of humility when dealing with law enforcement. But my fight is against those who are humble and still get punished, and that's it right there. You know what I mean? But everything else, hey, I agree with and I respect because he's another black man that travels, and I can't be mad at him like to a degree because I'm such a lover of black men that of traveling. You know what I mean? Because I get excited like when y'all come back with news and y'all show the sceneries and stuff like that, and y'all interactions with the people. It's just so awesome. So yeah.
Respect, but I'm in my mama's basement. But respect.
But let me be clear in something else, because
that was funny. I needed that laugh. That was funny.
Yeah, that was a good one.
He over in Thailand.
But what I would say is this, because I say this in 2026, and I said that on this panel today. Everybody's not gonna go. Everybody can't go, and that's fine. Everybody's not meant for financial freedom. Everybody is not meant to not work a 9 to 5. Some people are damn good. I'd have met mechanics that love what they do, and they don't. Who are we to tell a person, bro? It's so much more out there. You could be more than a mechanic. This is what he want to do, and it's his life. Who are you to pass judgment on his life?
Well, yeah, and I know
people that take great pride in what they do.
And see, in that crucible, I noticed, and what I noticed with that, right, and I noticed that like a long time ago, certain cats struggle in the pathways of going to the extreme of trying to enforce your worldview, and even if it's positive upon others, you know what I mean, your good wealth of knowledge you have. Like, and this is where God goes in his word and says, like, be careful not to give pearls to swine, you know what I mean? Because, they would trample over them and you, and so therefore it's like you got to have discernment in when you give the knowledge and stuff. And also within that, gauging and make sure that you're just planting the seeds of the knowledge and just walking away from it. Just plant the seeds and walk away.
Yeah. That's a fact. I got people in America that never want to leave America. What am I gonna do? Hit them across the head and bring them out of the country? No. If this is your dream, have at it.
Let them remain plantation bros. Damn it, let them shit. But don't get in the way
I
of
don't
those
even
who are
from that
traveling
because
and those who
if I'm
want to
looking at it
travel.
from their standpoint, you said my family here. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I'm not even only people that I call passport bros are the ones that are judging men for traveling. Those are the only because but if you here, you got your family and you got the life you want, have at it, brother. I'm not gonna stand in your way. No, man, the women are beautiful over here. Come on over here. No, if you happy and this is your slice of heaven, by all means have it. That's just what I'm saying. By all means, this yours. It's not my obligation to save you. If
But
you
see, the
don't want to be
passport.
saved,
See the plantation bros. That's not enough for them because they get off on acting in such high defense for these westernized drag demons, to where they gotta like step up for them, like just so they can get some brownie points, so they can get closer to getting a whiff of that coochie. They're gonna stand in defense for her and standing against you who wants to travel, and so therefore they're gonna come out and be a full detractor just so they can look good for the females here, for these half dead walking dead creatures. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't like
okay.
to, as I said, I don't like to do the whole gender warring, thing because it just makes us all look bad when we, have to denigrate one person to lift us up. But I mean, I do agree that, doing things for likes and attention, it's terrible on both sides. I mean, us doing it to them and them doing it to us, it just makes both of us look bad.
Hey, can I ask all y'all brothers that traveled to a question? Kind of like offset, but it's like relating to some good shit. Like the food, okay, between here and in other countries, right? Do you think RFK can get it to where it's like close to that level of being like more healthy when all that toxic shit is out of the foods?
RFK, what's that?
That's the guy who's the health department.
Oh, Robert Kennedy
Yeah.
Jr. or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you this. I was just talking to my lady. She's down there cooking right now. This shirt that I got on, bro, was super tight. This shit is loose on me. I've changed my diet a little bit. I do a little more walking, a little more healthier, but I eat some of the same foods. I don't go fast fooding that much, and I've consistently lost weight since I've been here in May. She said before she could barely get her arms around me. Now she can actually lock her fingers in place.
Amen. I like hearing that shit. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm 6'2", she's 5'3", and she can get her arms around me. So, regardless of what you think or don't think, yeah, foods are grown healthier. You have more open air markets you can go to. Can you get those kind of foods and vegetables in America? Yeah, if you go to open air markets, if your town offers them and things like that, you just got to put a little more effort into it.
But then I heard from certain brothers that traveled. I've also said about that about open market food and stuff. I think it was brother BMT. He said be careful with certain open markets or because you could be end up sick and shit. So I don't know.
You just got to clean your food. That's it. You just got to clean your food. That's it. So you probably just can't go in there and just grab something off the shelf and just eat it because your bacteria is different. It's not necessarily it being dirty, but your body and what it can defend off and antibodies are not the same as the local.
Oh, okay, so okay.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with the water. Like she can drink fucking tap water. I can't drink that tap water. I can go to Mexico. You get Montezuma's revenge. Your body is not used to certain antibacterial things here that they are because they grew up around it. They drink out the fucking rivers and different things. Like I can't drink that. I gotta make sure that shit.
You be in the hospital.
But as you're getting into that environment, and that's the same thing. Like she eats street food. I said, babe, I can't eat that street food. I don't know who prepared it. I don't know how long it's been sitting out on the street. Like you go to a meat market, man, they got food just sitting there with little fans blowing just to try to keep the flies and shit up. Man, we don't have the food safety requirements here that they have back in America. You get what I'm saying? Certain things that they would eat here and the way they deal with food handling is way different, but their bodies can handle it. Ours cannot. So you have to be cautious about how I'll go to the
Well, they
FM
grew
market.
up eating it, would you say?
Right. They grew up eating that way. So their bodies and that bacteria is something that's normally introduced into their bodies, not ours.
And then I also say it's like people say overseas, and it's like, man, Mexicans are more fat than Americans. And so at the end of the day, I just think it's just always going to be a you thing. And like RT said, America's way bigger than these countries. So you have to go find those places where they do have those open markets where you can get more of the natural food. But if you're in those highly dense populated areas, you're going to have the same issues. If you go to Bangkok, you're going to have the same issues. It's harder. And of course, there's a lot of small businesses here because they don't have
everything else is all over the food.
They bring the stuff in. So yeah, more people are farmers. It's the majority of the actual economy. So it's a little bit different, and there's nuances. I always say I'm traveling and I'm big into traveling, but I'm big with telling brothers, look, man, this is just my perspective. Hail to the empire and live your life wherever you want. Go where you're treated the best. But don't ever get it. You never want to be from Brazil. You never want to be from Thailand, because Thailand and Brazil would be terrible for you because you'll be broke. You can't afford the condo. You know, ninjas be like coming over here. They'll be like, yo, I'm in Thailand. The condo's only $600. Can you believe that? A local, that's double their monthly salary.
Yeah.
But they make American money, so they don't understand the nuance. They're like, Thailand is amazing. It's cheap. No, it's cheap for you because you make USD.
All while the locals are looking sideways like you're driving up our fucking prices, so they're not necessarily happy.
Yeah, now they low key mad at you. So that's why I said it's a big nuance, and they not like you. They don't have a problem kicking out foreigners.
What was that one chick? What was that one black chick too? I think.
You in the car.
You brought up Thailand. What was that one black stud chick, man? She went over there and she was like causing like hell and shit, and she was broke.
Yeah, they gave her chance after chance. These Thai women actually let her work off the books. They gave her a place to stay, and she still fucked it all up. And then leaned back on the black community and Patia to help her out multiple times.
That's why I say everybody can't be saved. Some people you just got to let them drown in their misery. Everybody can't be saved, man.
Not even about being saved.
Chance after chance after chance, they're gonna dig you.
About taking your mentality over to cultures where they're willing to entertain you, but then you try to force your mentality on a culture that don't need it. You know, it's like you got immigrants coming over here trying to tell us how we should change America, but yet and still your own country is fucked up. We're going over there for a reason.
That's a fact.
Whether it be peace, whether it be, zero arbitrage and different things like that, but you're going over there for a purpose that you feel like that system and that community or that culture is better and gives you more peace, but yet and still you're trying to force American ideals and everything in that peace that you're trying to seek. What the fuck? You're trying to escape that, right? Why are you going over thinking the same way? Open your minds up to the way they think, and maybe you'll be even at more peace. How do you go to a country where they're happier people and they make far less money, even though you're making more, and you're still fucking miserable in that same goddamn country? How do you do that? Because you haven't worked here. You haven't worked that out yet. Work that out first before you even get on a fucking plane. How about that? Don't get on a plane trying to impose certain ideas into a culture where you're trying to escape for the fact that they offer peace and try to change that culture into your belief structure. Because that's not working for you. That's why you left.
It's funny that you say that, RC, because my second episode that I have on my page on Nate's Artist, Black Cleaner, shameless plug, check it out. It actually talks about that when I first arrived in Panama, because that's where I'm at right now.
I saw that video.
I
saw your video. I just watched it.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, it talked about how it's silence, over here. It's, and how it's allowing you to work things in your own mind, because that's really what's going on. It's not about happiness and peace. It's about regulation, and that's how I felt when I first got here. It was about I'm as you said, I still have the American mindset in my head, but the silence that Panama brought allowed me to start reflecting on what was going on that caused all of the drama and anguish that was going on in the States. And it allowed me to do some of the self-healing and work so that I can now move forward. And that's what a lot of people don't do. As you said, they bring the drama with them and then they still refuse the accountability. And actually the silence causes them to go crazy because they don't have
they don't want to look inside themselves to fix the noise.
Yep, exactly.
They think the noise is normal at that point, and it's not. If you can't handle silence, there's something going on internally that you need to fix.
I don't know how you fix the mindset of these these chicks that would want to go over there talking about, oh, hey y'all, he wants a green card, and he better eat this coochie if he wants some green. If he don't want to eat no coochie, if he don't eat no coochie, he ain't get no green card.
But the funny thing is this, because here in Panama, there are a lot of retirees and there are a lot of digital nomads, aka passport sisters. And, you know, they are low-key dating Fernando over here. I mean, I'm actually rooming with someone who could actually vouch for that. And she's saying that, you know, she can't do it because, of course, of her standards. But the fact of the matter is that everybody gets lonely and they're looking for, you know, someone to be able to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you think you're lonely now, I'm just saying. But you know what?
No,
I was going to say this.
Finish that verse. Wait until tonight. Why? Because at night it's quiet. It's quiet.
Yep.
That's when you're in your fucking head again.
That bed get cold and lonely.
Yep.
But what I was gonna say too, Black Cleaner, I don't know if I said this earlier, but you guys are finna have an influx of travelers there, and I tell you why. One of the bigger guys in the travel space, which is Passport Heavy. I don't know if you guys know him, but he got
Yeah,
he do a big
I met him a couple times here.
He just did a whole he just did a whole thing on Panama. If you was, I'm like, damn, bro, I was just thinking about getting a crib down there, and it's probably finna go up now. Everything probably finna change now. So if I'm not ready by the mid this year,
Passport Heavy is good for promotion.
Oh
man.
yeah. When he first put me on Belief, yep. I love his videos. He got great production. Come on, man.
Nah, I'm joking. Come on,
man.
Shout out to Passport Heavy.
Man, yeah. You want to tell you what I really appreciate? I can tell you what I really appreciate about him is you could look back and see where he started. Where he started at is nowhere near where he's at. Like he had the messed up camera in front of a little dusty wall and stuff like that. And to see him come that far, man, it's inspiring, truly.
I've seen some brothers be overseas and showing different fruit drinks and shit they be drinking. I'm like, man, they be looking tasty as hell and healthy.
They are straight healthy.
Bro said tasty. Yeah, for sure. The best juice that I had. I couldn't hear you. What you say?
No, go ahead. He said they are tasty, but go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Oh yeah, they're well, I was just going to say the best juice I've ever had in my life was in Brazil. It was like a mango. I don't know if he sprinkled a little drugs in there or something, but it was like euphoric, man. It was, oh my God, the Brazil. I had like a mango juice to where I seen the mango, so I'm likely to feel like it was fresh because unless they did some sleight of hand trick, but man, it was the best juice in the world, man. It's one of those things that just brighten my day. Like My God, that was some good juice. I want to go back damn near just for the juice, but
did it relax your nerves? Did it relax your nerves and shit?
Man,
it's not even just
as soon as I drank it, it went through my head.
No. It's not just the juice. It's the environment that you're drinking the juice in that helps.
Yep.
You know
Ooh, okay.
That you know how they say
get like a little street side.
You know how they talk about ambiance?
Yeah, exactly.
Mood. You get what I'm saying? You got the mood, the ambiance, you got the environment, you got a nice fresh drink, the ocean breeze, depending on what country you go to. Is this a whole nother thing going on? So there's a whole bunch of different things coming into your brain all at the same time. You sip that juice one time and you think it's over. It's a lot. You hooked. You won't get on that plane a whole bunch more. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it's like what's it called? My favorite drink is the coconut lemonade.
I didn't get on the plane a whole bunch more. I didn't left countries before, and it's always a sad feeling when you have to come back to the Matrix and stuff like that. But this time it was the saddest time ever, man. Like just the cab ride back was like y'all remember that? What was that? The Hulk or the what's name where the dude was walking down the highway with the sad music, the piano playing, and he trying to like hitchhike cars down and the sad. That's how I felt living. There you go, right there. What that was again?
Incredible Hulk. Yeah, that was.
Old school series. Every time he got done with the end of the series, he walked in trying to hitchhike. Rain, shine, don't matter. He was just walking down that road by himself, like goddamn kung fu back in the day. You know, walking from town to town, old Western style.
Man, it was sad to me, man. I was like, damn, man. But at the same time, it was invigorating too, because I understand this is what life can be. This is what I can experience if I do everything like I'm supposed to do. So that's what I'm not even those are other details, but like you say, once you taste that freedom, like I heard someone say, luxuries once tasted become necessities, and that's what it is like with traveling for me. You know what I mean? Once you get a taste of that fresh air and the sun, I feel like the sun is closer to the DR because it hits you different. I don't know what the hell wrong with my eye. It just hits you different in the DR. So I gotta travel more. So I plan on coming to Thailand, but I think I'm gonna go back to Brazil first.
I'll be looking at the videos, boy, seeing those I'll be looking at those videos, seeing those women's skin tones, boy. I don't care if they light or dark.
Yeah, is that
boy, that shit look delicious. You hear me?
You said they're magically delicious.
Hey, it's crazy that you say that.
I'm being in Brazil next month.
It's crazy that you say that because what I tell people, what I tell people how I describe their skin, it look like perfectly fried chicken.
Damn.
It's like a golden tan, goldish brown. Yeah, perfectly fried chicken, like your grandma cooked the chicken or something.
And then you turn and look at these females here, boy. They got 2-3 tones going on. Damn it, they face got a whole tone because they be eating man's asses over here.
Eating junk food, getting overweight.
You getting too detailed, brother. Let me say this and be honest. And honestly, my girl is actually darker than me, as what they would call a morena, because you got to remember, Philippines was a Spanish colonized country. You know, so there is still colorism. There are still cultures that talk about better the race. So even though they might not be racist, they're colorists. So be aware that even though they might be referencing something of darker skin, there's a colorist thing, not necessarily a racism.
Yeah, they have that in Panama as well. I mean, when you walk into all of the establishments here, you're going to see
matter of fact, her sister asked me when I first got off the plane here, her sister asked me, because I have very light legs. She goes, Ask your boyfriend what he used to dye his skin because his legs are white as shit. I was like, bitch, are you fucking serious? But I'm thinking in my head, like, are you serious? That's an insult. My legs are so light. She was like, damn, is he dyeing his skin? Is that his real skin tone? But yeah, it's a compliment thing. Don't take it as an insult. It's not an insult. It's just what they do, and it's a classism thing where you're working the field. Same thing as you want to talk about the house nigga versus the field nigga. You working out in the field, you got a darker skin, which means you're on a lower scale than in classism than somebody who might be working indoors and away from the sun and shielding the sun. That's why you see a lot of Asian cultures where they carry the fucking the umbrellas is just
umbrellas, as they call them.
Yeah. Some people are very self-conscious about that in old ways. And I mean, my girl is very proud of her skin tone. She doesn't dye her skin tone, but a lot of people used to make fun of her. She was bullied as a child just because she was darker skin. You know, that's why I say sometimes it's not about a matrix thing.
Well,
You're just from one server to another with a little bit different programming. You still got to deal with some of the same things culturally because everybody on this planet at one point in time, depending on what country you're going to, y'all all colonized
and being oppressed. Yeah,
they were interjected into these cultures. So that part you got to kind of ignore and keep on being who you are. You know what I mean? Don't let it be a different.
My only thing, Ronnie, is when people say it's out of the country though, because tonism is a thing in the black community.
Absolutely.
That's what we call it over here.
That's why I said there's some things that you have very much. There's some things in each culture that you have very much in common with. If you guys pay attention, we all have dealt with colorism even within our own culture here in America. So they have some of the same feelings and have dealt with some of the same things in their culture that you have, even as a Black American in your culture. We have more things in common than you think.
Facts.
You ain't got nothing in common with them bastards. But
hey, I shared another brother that travels. That's been traveling. I'm watching him too for dinner the same length of time as brother BMT, and also he's really, really good friends with brother BMT Dennis. I share brother Dennis's channel in the private chat. Dennis Sean Pierre.
Who
Dennis Sean Pierre. Okay.
Sean Pierre?
JP.
Yeah, Dennis Sean Pierre. Yeah, I just put him in the private chat, and he's interviewing two chicks right now, two different skin tones, and they look wow. There you
go. I'll say this too, brothers. I want to give y'all some game on this because y'all don't be knowing this. Look, man, y'all better be happy y'all American. I've been overseas for a long time, brother. And it ain't the same to be from the continent of Africa and be overseas than it is to be a Black American and overseas. There's a big difference. Yeah, I remember I was here back in Thailand in 2010, and I had African brothers saying, "What's up, my brother? I'm from New York." Because if they appeared to be from New York or America, it was way better than them to be here in Thailand from Africa. So again, as much as y'all think it's bad and nobody likes you, America, just even being an American, has that certain credibility, that swagger. You're a part of that empire. Even if you don't want to see yourself as part of it, other people will see you as valuable and from it. So that's why I say y'all starting line is not even that far back. Try being an Indian. Try being an African. And the Indians are Asian, and then you got Africans from the continent. So at the end of the day, you guys just got to be competent, and the world just opens up like an oyster. I'm telling you, it don't matter. White boys can't hold no
It's funny you brought that up because we had just talked about that a little bit earlier before you joined the show. We had just talked about that before you joined the show when it came to respect of our passport over some other ones. And Africa was one of the countries we brought up particularly. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember.
All you did was reinforce and confirm our earlier conversation. That's all you did was reinforce and confirm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Charlie?
In fact, I'm trying to share this with you guys right fast. Let me see if I said I'm gonna try to share this right fast because I had pulled it up earlier when we was talking about passport. I was checking out the video that the brother had put in the chat. Just because, like, say, I don't mind if you on the panel promoting your video and things of that nature. Actually, that's kind of how I got into the space. But like, say, if you was to promote someone else, I want to like check them out and just know who I'm promoting and things of that nature. And bro, he seemed dope, so I definitely have no problem putting it in there.
Oh, you talking about the brother I shared in
the
the
space, and I think we gotta.
You talking about the brother I put in the chat?
Yep. I was checking out his video. Yep. But no, I was gonna share this passport index. Hold on, let me see this. Okay. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Like if you guys want to know, like, say, how popular or things of that nature, it should be popping up now. Okay, there we go. Like, say, this shows you like different passports, and I'm sure OTO know about this or whatever, but a lot of people don't, and it shows you the validity of passports and things of that nature. Believe it or not, America's a little bit further down on the list than I thought.
11,
but
we're like tied for like 11th or 12th. Our passport, I don't even know if it makes top 10. If it did, it's
9 right here.
Yeah. All right. So we moved up maybe a couple spots.
Right here.
I don't know how we got above Monaco, but okay.
Yep. But and it just showed you, like, say, we get to go to, like, I guess to 121 countries, visa free, some on the arrival, some visa.
Why would motherfuckers want to go to Canada?
I think that's kind of
Matrix 2.0.
Canada's beautiful. What you mean?
Right.
Like,
who want to go to Canada?
Yeah, I'm a big wilderness guy. What you mean? Canada's beautiful.
Listen, I could get syrup here. I could get maple syrup here in America. Why would I want to do that?
It's not all about maple syrup.
No, I'll say this because I mean I've been to Canada, Toronto, and Montreal, and I do recommend Canada. Like when I first got out of the military and I was home and I wasn't able to get on the plane and travel, I was driving, from Boston to Canada because it was only a 6-hour drive door to door from either Niagara Falls to Boston or Montreal to Boston. And I would bring my family with me because during that time you didn't need a passport. All you needed was your birth certificate. You'd be able to go across the border. And I was able to, hit my family to actually going overseas because I was able to go to Canada. But and it is very beautiful and very nice in Canada. I wouldn't go in the wintertime because it gets 85 below zero there. But Canada is very beautiful.
Lord Jesus.
Oh yeah, and it's live up there. We was going there, and they would have the day parties, and they would have the the clubs. Clubs would close around 3 a.m. if you're still in the party mode, and then they would have after clubs or after hours that would close until 10 a.m. and then they would just do it all over again. The day parties, the regular nightclubs that open at 10, the after hours, and then and they would just do that all weekend. So yeah,
is it safe? Is it safe to get a little drunk with the chicks?
Yeah. And you got your African.
This is what I say about that. 85 below zero, that's a stretch. Do you know how cold 85 below zero is?
Yes, that means if you spit the wrong way, it's frozen. Yes, that's how cold it gets there. When I was there, I actually went there.
Minnesota, and this is the. I'm gonna look that up. That you saying that as a real number? You're not being facetious?
Yes, no, I'm not being facetious. Actually, I was in boot camp, Great Lakes, Michigan, and it was 85 below zero when I was in boot camp in 95, and we had to go out and wear all of our gear, plus we had to put a towel over our face to be able to go eat lunch at the galley. That's how cold it was.
Damn. So nobody's screwing outside.
Not in the wintertime.
Oh, I know everybody got dressed up like an Eskimo boy there.
Well, I mean, there in Canada, most of their transit systems, like they take the train. All of their trains go into they just go down into the train, and then they're able to go up and go into their buildings. If they're going to the mall, if they're going to work, they just go down into the train and they go to where they need to go, and then they just get off the train and then go upstairs, and they're already in their building. That's how lavish their transit system is during the wintertime. But summertimes, yeah, it's beautiful. Montreal is very beautiful.
We got a gentleman in the community that's he's actually from Canada, and he say he don't like to travel in the summer because it is so beautiful in Canada in the summer. So he just travel in the winter. Like that is dangerous. Like say here in Minnesota, it could get so cold to where it'd be a winter weather watch where it tell you have to be careful pumping your gas because any exposed skin could get frostbite within minutes. You know what I mean? That's how cold it gets. So I looked it up, and although it didn't say 85 below, it said 83 below. And when it's that cold, shit. Yeah, no. Why would anybody want to do that, man? I'm asking myself, why would I want to stay here? This is crazy, man. God intended me for tropical weather. He didn't want me to be in this shit here. He didn't make me for this. He gave me this beautiful hue for the sun.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yeah. That's the Philippine flag, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting right where I'm at. All I'm dealing with is rain and wind. That's it.
I think what's name is.
And it's still 80-something degrees here.
Yep, 88 degrees in Panama right
See
now.
what I'm talking about?
It's cold as hell here, damn it. Shit.
Where are you from?
My lady was just talking about it's the winter months. I was like, what? Get out of here. And literally, man, to the touch, she was ice cold. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with your body? We live at the equator. It stays 70-something to 80-something degrees every goddamn day. Her hands and feet are cold to the touch. I'm like, what the fuck?
Where you from, Ray?
You know what, though, Ronnie?
Tennessee.
Oh, come on, bro. It's not really cold there. It's chilly at best. What are you talking about? I'm from Mississippi. But when, like, if one snowflake fall, they closing the school down. Goddamn it! Like,
please.
No, that's not real. It's chilly down there. At
I got to dress up.
I ain't even going outside. I'm like, what's the temperature?
I got to get layered up, damn it.
What's the temperature down there, Ray?
I got to get layered up, damn it, just to walk 3 doors down to the damn station, damn it, to get my squares. Shit, boy. Shit, man.
What's the temperature down there?
Shit, I ain't checked, but damn, I felt it's about like good 30, 20 degrees.
Alexa, what is the temperature outside?
It's 9 degrees right now with a high of 31 and low of 8 for the day. Clear skies and no precipitation in sight.
She said 9 degrees, just in case you didn't hear it.
Charlie, that ain't no flex.
9 degrees. Yes, sir.
Fuck you in your 9 degrees.
No, I'm just telling him he's not going to.
Shit. Common sense will tell you move somewhere.
I need to be in his weather. No,
I understand. I'm giving you a hard time being sarcastic.
Well, here's the thing. Coming from Mississippi. No, I'm moving. Believe me, I'm moving. They didn't let me get a taste of the good life. I am moving. Shit. But you gotta do what you gotta. You gotta do what you gotta do until you can do what you want to do. So there's that. But yeah, 30 degrees. That's like, I promise. If it was 30, like like 30 degrees, there's going to be a lot of people out. If we get to 35, 36 degrees, like you're not going to even be able to get your car washed because the car washes are going to be full.
Is the internet good over there where you at, Ronald?
I got to go pick up a car.
Oh, brother, that's a whole nother topic.
Like, I mean, like when it comes to like streaming, like Netflix and shit.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm at, I'm in a province, about 60-minute flight from Manila. And province-wise is sometimes you have brownout, sometimes you don't. Sometimes they're scheduled, sometimes they're not. Same thing with your internet. You could be straight up running your internet fine, no problem. Yeah, and streaming, no problem. Next thing you know, it's gone. No rhyme or reason, no excuses given, no guarantee. So unless you have Starlink in the province area, you're gonna have some issues, hiccups, and things like that. You just work around them. It's no big deal. I don't really stress out about it. But if you lived in like BGC, Makati, Cebu, somewhere where it's like city life and you're in a condo, no problem. Yeah. Internet. Most likely you won't have too many often brownouts. You definitely won't have solid blackouts unless something really bad happens. And yeah, you won't have to worry about your internet dropping.
And I was told last time I was subscribed to Skylar, he was saying something about with Brazil how their visas, have become more ridiculous than before, like the requirements, the visa requirements, and all that stuff. And I don't know if it's still like that, but I don't know if it's the same from what I was told by the brothers that travel. But is Colombia still more dangerous than Brazil? I would say those two questions.
Who are you asking? I'm not a Colombian.
Absolutely.
Guy. No, I was just asking, like, yeah, 100%. Like if y'all know, but yeah.
It's not. See, it's really about your mindset. Colombia, if you're thirsty, you're gonna find a thirst trap, and that's really what it's boiling down to. But if you there just as a regular tourist and you're doing tourist things, you don't have any problems in Colombia. I was in Medellin for 2 weeks, and I wasn't out there chasing tail, and I had a good time there. No problems. Nobody was trying to scope me and nothing like that. And the only time that I felt in danger was when I went to Poblado and El Centro, Parque Lleras, and over and I didn't even go there to look for the chicks. I went there because they got a jazz bar at this hotel in this hotel basement, which was dope. If you ever go check it out, there's a jazz bar to go check out. But
I like jazz bars. I really like jazz bars though.
But their jazz bar in Medellin was live. It was, and they do it every day. So
I heard it was pretty good there, and also Andre loved Crossing Borders because I brought up jazz being from Kansas City. He said, "Yeah, it's a big thing in Colombia, in his area too, in Cali." Jazz. So it's a huge music thing for jazz music in Colombia.
Yeah, and I've been to Cali too. I met Andre, and there was another guy there, Chris, because they do have a brotherhood out in Cali, Colombia. They all go to this one bar called Rico Riches. So I was able to meet them there for what's it called, Petronio. They had the Afro-Colombian festival there. Yeah. So but as I said, and I had a sister who was giving me the tour, while I was in Cali, Colombia. And I wrote about it in my book. And she said it. She's like, these women out here, they do not want to be doing what they're doing. They're doing it because they can't, because they're relegated to the underground economy. So therefore, they got to make money in order to survive. And a lot of them, they hate doing it. So that's why they are scoping, tourists and stuff like that, because it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You out here, just throwing away money, trying to get, some sex to take advantage of us. You deserve this. So therefore that's what they do. But if
basically
you ain't
making themselves a target.
Exactly. So they're saying if you ain't over here trying to do that, you ain't gonna have no problems. So in terms of it being safer than Brazil, as long as you ain't being thirsty, you'll be fine.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because actually there was one of the brothers who actually lived there in Colombia. He's like, yo, I've been here for he's a couple of years, and he's like, yo, I've been scoped and robbed, and he was like, and the chick that scoped him and robbed him, he knew her, you know, from months. And that's another thing sometimes that they do, because okay, you might meet a chick and she might be cool with you because she ain't got no problems, but then she might fall on hard times, and because she fell on hard times, today's your day to get it. She gonna go get the little devil's powder and put it on her, and you gonna be there. And that's what happened to him. He went over her house, and excuse me, no, reverse. She came over his house and everything was cool. And then they started dancing. And, he said that he put his nose in her cleavage. And next thing you know, he woke up, and 3 days later, and everything was gone out of his house except his laptop. She done robbed him. And he's like, yo, how could you do this to me knowing that I know you? And she's like, yo, I was broke. I fell on hard times. So it was your day. Sorry.
Yeah, I even heard to
Now,
double down
go
on
ahead.
that. I heard like Black Cleaver say, you never know when it was a dude say he messed with a chick for 3 years, and one day she just ended up scoping him. So, but I can tell you from being in Brazil, I didn't. Now, it was certain things that I didn't do in Brazil, like say I made a mistake and walked out of a room and left my drink. I pulled the drink out, washed the glass, and still used another one. But if in the DR, if they was gonna get me in the DR, bro, I would have been got. Let me ask you this: where have you traveled to before, Ray?
Oh, nah, brother. I said in the beginning, yeah, I never traveled, but I'm an inspirer of traveling. And I despise those who hate brothers that do travel. And because you brothers showed me, God has blessed you brothers to come through for me, man. And it's like y'all gave me a light. I see a light now down at the end of the tunnel.
That's
But I do
commendable.
have places. I do have places I do want to travel to, and I'll be taking in a lot of the knowledge you brothers be giving. So God bless y'all too.
Well, since you in
No,
Memphis,
man.
I'd recommend your first place to go is go to Tulum, because that's the first place that I went when I was having a falling out with my girl. I saw something on NPR when they was talking about Tulum, Mexico, and Nipsey Hussle rapped about going to Tulum, Mexico. And I went there and I had a good old time. And there was a lot of people from Tennessee and Texas because, it's right there. You just go because they usually have specials on I don't know, with Frontier. That's how I flew there. I flew there on Frontier, and it was like only like $150 to go there. And I had a good old time. So I would recommend you go there. I actually did a video on my that was
I hear you.
episode 1.
No, I was just reading this chat where bro said he's been married in Thailand for 12 years, expat living. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations, brother.
Yeah, he's like me.
But
He just said he was.
yeah, right, man. Welcome. I couldn't hear you.
Expat said he's out in the province area like me, kind of like in Thailand though. That's rice fields, and where I live at, it's same type of thing. We're up in the mountains, so they have terraformed rice paddies all up and down this fucking hill. It's shaped like a horseshoe. So I'm gonna try to get some aerial shots of that in the fall.
No, that's what's up. I think just to talk about what Black Cleaner was talking about, what I recommend for people, well, I guess it's all depending on what you're looking for. But like say what I recommend is like my first trip by myself out of country. Now mind you, I'm an Army brat, so that's a little different. When you grow up like traveling is not that big of a deal to me because I'm used to it. But My first big trip was like to the DR. And what really sold me on the DR was like the brotherhood. You know what I mean? I never felt unsafe. Now, my first trip, just keeping it a buck, my first trip I went to Sasua. I had just got out of a 8-year relationship. And if I'm being honest, it was just what the doctor ordered. But that was the only one time I went. Every other time, not have been numerous of times since then. Every other time I went to Santo Domingo. And it's more the city, it's more lively and things of that nature. Sasua is not what it used to be, but like say that's just P for P area. It's like it, it's like if you've been to Vegas and you done been a lot, you know, it's only so much time you can spend in Vegas before it just get redundant. You know what I mean? 3 days is my max before I be like, you know what, I'm over it. So that's the way I looked at Sasua, but Santo Domingo, oh man, it's a beautiful thing. And like I say, as far as I go, it was the brotherhood. You know what I mean? Like when you see, I don't know what it is, but when you see another brother out there, it's the camaraderie out there too. Like say my first time out there, I just is the dude, he had an Airbnb in the same building that I had one. And he's sitting down. He was like, bro, you American? I'm like, yeah, man. Like just out here chilling my first time. I don't even know what to do. I'm just out here kicking. He's like, bro, I got an Uber on the way, man. You want to go check out the grocery store and see what they living like and shit like that? Man, you more than welcome. I couldn't do it because I had a friend over on me on the way, but that's how. Yep, no, for sure. That's how friendly it is as far as the brotherhood, as far as black men. I've never seen black men treat each other so respectfully than in the DR. Like other places you go, like say when I went to Brazil, people was like, you go to somewhere and you see a black person, he's like, bro, I'm working this part of the spot, man. You go over there. You know what I mean? We don't want to congregate in one spot. I'm like, I get it. All right, for sure. So that's just for me, but I do plan on going to the Philippines. I plan on going to Thailand. It's some brothers convinced me to go to Africa. I'm going to Africa when I get a chance. So there's that. Well, Ron, where would you, for a first time traveler, where would you recommend going?
Tropical, steep,
Just
or somebody speaks English. I mean, my first trip was Puerto Rico when I was a kid. Then it was Bahamas. Then it was Jamaica. Then, you know, as I got older, got in the military, then it was all globally. But usually the little hops and little islands. But I mean, right now, the most popular place to go is DR. You know, you can go to, and these are quick trips. If this is something you want to do and it's real fast, then I would say stay in the Caribbean area, go to DR, go to, you know, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, something like that.
Thing that's super
Get used to it. You know, Trinidad, even Belize, places like that. Even the ABC Islands, those are all optional. And then maybe next time around, go down to Colombia. Maybe go down to Costa Rica, Brazil. Work your way down. You know, if you're gonna stay on the Western Hemisphere spot, and you don't want to take like hours on hours and catch a connecting flight to come over to Asia. That's the one thing about America. It's very isolated. So if you don't go down, you're gonna take a long flight to get across, whichever direction.
I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. What's the flight like? Oh, so you say you flew out of Texas to get there?
Yeah, there's Eva Airlines at the Bush International. I can fly directly from Houston to Taiwan. Had an hour layover and flew from Taiwan right into Manila. 17 to 19-hour flight total.
How long was the whole? Was the flight time, not the layover and stuff like that?
17 hours first flight. And then the second hop was less than an hour and a half at the most from Taiwan to Philippines.
I can say shit. Yeah, I well, obviously it's worth it because you're still there and things of that nature. But one thing I learned about flying to Brazil is you do not want to cheap out on your seat. But
no, I'm 6'2".
At least me, because
I'm 6'2", and on that flight, I didn't go business class. I went Coach Prime, Premier class, or whatever. You still have everything the business class gets. It's just not business class seat. I still had private seats. I still had the slippers, the fucking night piece, my own private TV, and anything they were serving business class, I got. Just wasn't Coach.
What
was
what airline was that?
That was a $1,400 flight for me, one way.
Jeez. What airline was that?
EVA. I just say EVA, but it's EVA. It's a Canadian-based airline, and they're ranked in the top 10 globally. But they have different flights that fly right out of the United States, right into either Taiwan or someplace like that, without you having to land at either the West Coast or the East Coast and then catch a different plane. You can literally fly out of the middle of the country and make it all the way to Taiwan.
Okay. I've seen that logo before. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look into it. Shout out to you, Foreign Skies, pulling up, bro. It's a little late over there, but you should pull it up earlier, bro. We've been cooking. I'm finna shut it down because I'm about to be going on 9 hours, bro. It's been a long time since I did a 9-hour live. And
before you do, brother, please drop your link for me.
Drop my link for sure, absolutely. Oh shit! Can I go over and get it like that? But yeah, man, like traveling changed my life, bro. I was a dog breeder, man. Well, I was becoming a dog breeder. I paid all the money for my dogs. I got 4 bullies right now, and it was once I left the country, man, it was a wrap for me. I ain't gonna lie to you, it was a wrap for me. I'm like, I'm not doing this no more. Like coming back to America and trying to be the end all be all in America. Nope. Especially now, I do want to get my feel of how much it do cost, because people saying, "Oh man, you can live good." Like brother Black Cleaner that's online with us right now. He say like he doing good over there off of Black Cleaner. So, well, you spoke about it online, so I'm sure you don't feel no type.
Nope, I don't feel any type of way. Yeah, I always tell people it's only $2,500 a month to be able to live comfortably over here.
Oh,
I mean, I have my own apartment. My apartment was $925 a month, and that was for a 3-bedroom, because I always usually get more than 1 bedroom just in case I got family who wants to fly in and stay, or I could also Airbnb it out in order to cut some of the costs. So.
Well, after you shut this down, because I'm waiting on that link though, bro. Because when you shut this down,
I'm getting it right now for you, bro.
Because when you shut this down, I'm about to get back on Stranger Things.
Okay, yeah, that's what's.
I mean,
Charlie, you know what I'm about to do, and I might invite you to come over.
What's that?
On that too. I'm into game theory. Like I said, judging why people do certain things, and I'm gonna do a feature on Rumble over some of the game shows like Squid Games and Beast Games and different games like that, where people have to use decision-making process in order to win millions of dollars. And you ever notice why they're doing these different shows? All of a sudden, this hero complex comes out. They forget all rhyme or reason why they're supposed to be on the show for their family and the needs that they have, and step out the way for somebody else to actually take the money. What mentality that is that causes people to make decisions and closed environments that are going against everything they were even on the show to do. So I'm doing shows like, and since it's on Rumble, like Ray Hamano, you can actually play the episodes and go through them and react to why people make certain decision patterns during certain parts of the show that make no rhyme or reason, and they forego the whole reason and all the effort it took for them to get to that point in the show for somebody else's benefit instead of their own.
So they just step down?
They'll step down, step out of the way, give them the better option or preference, and say, "Oh, they'll make it." It could be some frail ass old lady, some frail ass little woman, and they maybe some bigger guy that probably would have made it through certain challenges even easier than that woman, and they'll take their capable ass and move out the way for somebody that's weak and frail to win the money because they feel like maybe they deserve it better or more than that man or woman.
I've never seen that.
Crazy to me. It makes no sense why people do these things.
You say that's an American TV show?
There's different American shows. There's the Squid Games is based off of the movie or the series out of Korea, but they actually have a Squid Games show now, 2 seasons worth. And so for a while now, I've been watching these shows, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with people? How do you go in for $5 million? That's life-changing, generational wealth type of money. And you go through all these tests and these trials in order to make it every episode. And they start off with 200 people. Only one can win the prize. And they start stepping out the way for other people to benefit versus all the effort it took for them to even get to the level where they're at. They'll still step out the way towards the end instead of get more cutthroaty. And I don't know if it's because of the TV that they're doing it and they know they're being filmed and they're trying to look like the good guy, which really they make themselves look like a sucker because they're the ones giving up the opportunity. But they don't think that in their heads for some reason in that environment because it's a closed environment. It's not like you get to leave every day. You got to stay there until there's one winner. You get what I mean?
But you have to think like, what do they feel
these little nuances of choices, morality, ethics, all these things that go through your head. It's like, why at the end of the day are you moving instead of pushing through for somebody else to benefit?
No, that's
but yeah, I'm going to do a series on that.
That's definitely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll invite different people on for their opinions on why people think the way they think and why people do the things they do for either, like I said, clicks and views, for exposure, for what they think is popularity. Maybe it goes against their morals. They don't, or the society norms, this, that, and the other thing. That's all game theory. That's all psychology.
Oh. You know what? I am into, and it's gonna sound like very fat boyish, but I am into like psychology and things of that nature. I was watching today, and I know it's gonna sound crazy. I was watching the psychology of a buffet. It's a whole psychology of why buffets are set up like that, and they don't lose
the way they set up. Yeah, the bread and everything's up front because it's more filling. There's a whole process behind why they do certain things. The more expensive meats are towards the end. By the time you get towards the end, you got a plate full. There's everything has a reason, a rhyme. And I've been in sales for almost 50 years. And I've been into that part of the sales psychology and understanding people's mentality, why they swoon a certain way, why they lean back, why they lean forward. All those things are telltale signs in psychology and the art of the sale. So I've been doing this for so long that I've made it so interesting to myself that you can break anything down and try to figure out why people do certain things and why they think a certain way and all these other things. So I said, you know what? I want to be able to stream it and talk about it. In Rumble, you can do both. So I think I'm going to do that. And we're going to do a show. We'll have different people come on the show and talk about that episode and why they felt like a person did a certain thing. You know?
How long have you been on Rumble?
About 6 or 8 months now. I have about 30 or 40 subscribers right now. I only simulcast right now on there. So when I go live on my show, I simulcast to Rumble, and sometimes I even simulcast to TikTok.
Okay, that's what's up. I know Ray was saying that he'll get more views. I think that was Ray that said he would get more views on Rumble than on YouTube.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, plus
That's dope. How long you been on Rumble, if you don't mind me?
I'll say probably like, man, 6 months, but really got heavy into it. Like, I don't know. I'll say a little bit, maybe a little longer, 6 months. I think I got into it like middle of last year. Yeah. Yeah, so you could check my like first video. You know, you could track it back with my first video. I think it was like about the new Superman movie. Yeah, so it was like around that time. And that's when I generated that idea of just using that like to bring people over so we can cover like the series and stuff like that, because Rumble is less, you know, restricted as YouTube is. So
yeah.
And I hope that I'm subscribed to.
Getting my
I hope
Rumble
I'm
game up too. I definitely
yeah.
do, so.
I hope I'm subbed to Ronan over there. I think I am.
I think that's up to your channel on Rumble too. So you might have seen me.
I'm sorry, what I couldn't hear you.
No, he's saying that he thinks you subbed to me as well, but he was double checking it on Rumble. That is because here's the thing with
Rumble. Is it a large community?
With Rumble, you only need 5 subscribers to go live and be monetized. It's not all this bullshit of view hours. There's no bullshit where you have to have so many subscribers before you get monetized. 5 viewers, you go live. You can be monetized. 5. So anybody you got on this channel, you should be also saying go subscribe to my Rumble channel. Here's the thing. Why not double your effort? If you simulcast on Rumble and YouTube, you're getting monetized on 2 spots.
That's a fact. Yeah. I'm definitely into that.
And you're monetized on 2 channels. You stream once, monetize on 2 or 3 or Facebook or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So,
and I love it too, man, because I get excited about that, being able to show movies and shows with you guys on Rumble. So I'm glad for Rumble on that one.
So you could play music and stuff over there without them.
Yeah. No violation. Yeah. As long as you ain't talking about trying to off somebody or do something violent, you can pretty much play or say what you need to say. A lot of guys that get demonetized off of YouTube go to Rumble or Kick or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go over there.
Yeah, so I gotta get back into Kingdom. So yeah, I'm in the middle of the Great War right now.
Man, Kingdom is awesome, bro. I mean, that series, Zombie Kingdom with the Asians.
Well, no, I haven't. No, I'm talking about the anime, the animation. But I've been hearing some good things about the Zombie Kingdom one, so therefore I will be putting that on my list too.
The one on Netflix is awesome. I mean, it was even a spinoff of that one for one of the women in Kingdom. So I think it's like 3 or 4 seasons of Kingdom right now, and then one spinoff movie or series, like a 8-part series on her and what she went through. That's kind of mirroring the original Kingdom.
That, and I gotta watch the Shogun too. I still haven't watched Shogun yet.
You haven't watched Shogun? Oh my God, Shogun is awesome, bro. Awesome. I think it's even better than the original Shogun from back in the day.
Oh, they got an original? Oh shit, I gotta watch that one too.
Yeah, man, a popular actor too. By the way, while I'm sitting here doing this, look what I did in the background. I'm gonna share my screen with you in a second. You know me and AI, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I've already AI'd you out.
You gotta pay for the AI shit, don't you? Like to make it look all immaculate, like some of these damn pictures.
Practice. You just gotta practice a lot. And I'm writing a book right now on doing it quicker. But go ahead. I just shared the screen with you.
Yeah, actually looked like me.
I just did a screenshot and told it to replicate you.
Ronan looked like a whole football coach.
Don't I though?
that or a fitness instructor.
X-Pac living overseas, man. Appreciate you pulling up. No, that was dope though. That was definitely dope. So guys, we gonna like say I generally I just put some some visuals to the song like that. A gentleman in the community had AI write for me. So when I close out, I generally play that and things of that nature. Do you guys want to close out with anything before we go?
Oh no, just a salute to Black Man Traveling. Long live, and yeah, and God bless you, brothers, and thank y'all for having me on. It was really good.
No problem, brother. Actually, it's Charlie Chan's show, man. So
that's a fact.
You know, blessed to him. I'm always happy to be able to join him and give this brother his flowers. There's very few new YouTubers that aren't coming in with a lot of drama, but want to have real conversations that are grown and adult. So if you're in my room, whether the vertical or the horizontal, please subscribe to Charlie Chan TV. You will catch it in the description once I post it. And you can go ahead and click on the link in the description and join his channel. But he always has good, positive, late night conversation without the drama.
Oh yeah, when we get off, I'm subscribing. I said when we get off, yeah, I'm subscribing to Brother Charlie Chan. Is this your guy Ray Hama? One verse a million. This your guy Ray Hama? One verse a million. I'm not your fan. I'm not your stand for. I am brother. I'm out, brothers. Peace.
I appreciate that, man. And Ray, before you go, man, anytime you see me on here, man, you can tell that you're passionate about how you feel and things of that nature, man. And take this as an open invitation. Anytime you see me having an open panel, bro, feel free to pull up.
All right, I will, brother. Thank you, man. God bless you. God bless you, brother Ronan.
God bless you too, bro.
Ronan, thank you so much, man. Like I say, bro, I think that's becoming the best part of this YouTube thing for me is like being able to link up with like-minded brothers like yourself, especially brothers that have already, done been to in the left where I'm trying to get to. You know what I mean? You 5 stations ahead of me, man. So it's inspiring to be able to converse with gentlemen like you.
I appreciate that, man. And like I said, I give people their flowers. I've always seen your content as being positive. I know I just rolled across your channel as well, like you rolled across mine. And I was just like, it's early in the morning everywhere else. And I was like, who's live? And I looked and I said, Charlie Chan, who is that? I like the name. Let me go in here and see what's going on. And ever since then, and I'm gonna listen in and contribute.
Absolutely. As am I with you. Like I say, when I pulled up on that panel, I only pulled up because I thought it was yours. You know what I mean? So there's no way that you could tell, like, if you like the people that come in through your channel, can they tell that it's like you're what you call it, simulcasting? Or just look like a regular?
They can or they can't. They really can't unless you tell them. So they know you when you go live and they come in the room. Like when you go live, when I don't know if you chose to go live when you came into the Andrew Show's room, but the minute you went live, then all that does is let your subscribers know you're live.
I did.
Like even Ray Hama just said, man, I didn't get a notification until just a minute ago. I said, just because I just went live. He follows me, so he instantly got a notification. Mm-hmm. I went live and came over to see what I was talking about. But even though it was your show, you know what I mean? So then the whole idea behind this simulcast is the collaboration, getting your people and like-minded people together so that they can decide whether they want to subscribe.
One more. Okay. So let me ask you this: those views and things of that nature, like those views don't count towards my channel, huh?
No, whoever's on your page at the time, like right now, I think you're sitting at I don't know how many people came through on your channel. Are you looking at your YouTube studio?
Yeah. But I'm saying those numbers up there, those represent.
Those are your
Oh,
numbers.
okay. If I put the numbers on there, I can see.
If you go to your YouTube studio, you'll see how many views you got per channel. Like I'm going to tell you why I do both. Okay. I do horizontal and vertical now for one reason and one reason only. It's real convenient for somebody to go horizontal. So I can tell you right now on my horizontal studio, it says I only had 173 views. That won't double up until tomorrow, maybe even triple up, right? You want to know how many I got on my vertical today?
How many?
1,704 views with an average duration of a minute.
Damn.
But on my vertical, on my horizontal, I only had 173, but they stay for an average. They stay for an average of 12 minutes and 34 seconds. A lot longer time staying on the horizontal. A lot more views or people cycling through on the vertical. But again, the whole thing about YouTube is exposure, right?
Okay.
More people that look at your channel per month or whatever raises your opportunity for monetization. And also once you start getting your monetization, then it also gives you opportunity for advertisers on two different ways. Maybe some advertisers only want to do vertical versus horizontal. Now you've given them an option to go either way on your channel based on your content. Strategies on strategies, bro.
Okay, yeah, no, that's what's up. Yeah, I didn't know that. So yeah, learn. Like I said, I'm learning more every day. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play this little.
We're trying to get your channel up to where you're at. We're trying to get your channel up because I know you're probably close to your view time. It's your subscriber base. So we need to get you exposed to as many positive brothers, like-minded.
Yeah,
like
I'm actually over my view time.
Yeah. So now you got to get the 500 to get the half, or you wait until you're. And I got tempted too. I was well over 4,000. I had my 500, and I was like, should I hit this button? Should I grind it and push people to just subscribe so I can hit the 1,000? I just waited. I waited to push the button until the 1,000.
Okay, hold on, because I don't. Let me. What you mean? What you mean you waited? Like what did you wait on?
The 1,000 subscribers versus the 500, because they'll give you an option to monetize at 500 subscribers and your view time being half the amount, but you're way over that amount. You're at the 4,000 requirement, or you can wait and get the full commission and everything else that comes with it.
I'm almost at like 6,000 watch hours.
Yeah. So you're well above the watch hours. Now it's about the subscribers.
Oh, okay.
They'll give you a first option at 500. Wait until you get to the 1,000. Just push the 500 to share your videos, go on more panels, get people to promote your channel so that you can hit that 1,000 real quick and fully monetize. Don't get tempted to monetize early.
So let me ask you this. Why did you wait opposed to just going ahead and getting the monetization that you had?
The percentage is bigger. It'll tell you later once you get on there. Once it says monetize now for this percentage or monetize for the full percentage at the 1,000 subscriber base.
Oh, okay.
So it lowers your percentage potential, but even after you hit the 1,000, I don't think it goes back up to what the 1,000 would be because you're monetized early. So the best thing
really? Now that's a game.
Right. The best thing you can do right now is pretty much keep your Cash App or your PayPal link as your monetization early. So I would always be flying a moniker at the bottom of, instead of saying at Charlie Chan TV, say subscribe to the channel and hit the Cash App, to support the channel so you can start getting your equipment and other things. If you want to buy a newer camera, you want to modify something, always fly your Cash App, or both your PayPal and your Cash App. Oh, he said you can't find your link, Charlie. Is that for the channel?
Like that? Yeah.
Are you trying to show him the channel link? Hold on, I'll just drop it. I'll drop it for you. Share, copy. Ray, you're in my room anyway, so
I don't know what it was, or maybe I had to. Oh, he said drop your link.
I just dropped it. Hit that link, Ray, and you should be able to subscribe to this channel. And I'll drop it in my other one, my vertical as well. That's why sometimes when you're looking at the group chat in the room,
you'll see me appreciate it
twice. You'll see me post things twice. I'm really having to go through. The only thing about YouTube right now is you got to have 2 studio windows open, one for horizontal, one for vertical. It doesn't show you both chats from both rooms. It only shows you the horizontal one, and then it shows you the vertical. So let me share my screen with you real quick. Let me go into. Let me go into a couple windows. I'll show you. We're giving a little class for y'all that are interested in doing YouTube at this point. So,
right.
All right, so I'm going to share my first screen with you.
I could drop this down right fast.
Share this screen first.
Yeah, I don't. Did you put your?
No, I'm about to share it right now. Hold on.
I don't see it. Oh, okay.
Just shared it.
Okay, I see.
Okay, let me see if I can zoom in on that a little bit more.
Pulling up.
It's at 80%. Okay. You see how that shows 2 of the off the hook videos playing at the same time?
Right. Yeah.
One is the vertical, one is the horizontal.
Oh, right.
So when you go horizontal and vertical, you're actually running 2 studio live streams. And they all have separate chats. So you gotta open up 2 windows. And I'm gonna show you the first of 2. Hold on. Let me back this back out again. Way too big. So I'm gonna share this one with you. Stop sharing. And
appreciate it, Ray.
This is my vertical channel. So I'm gonna show you my vertical channel first. Now, if you go to that one, hit to share. You see the share button?
For some reason, it wasn't on the stage. I didn't.
This is my vertical.
Oh, you had to get it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sharing. You had to start it. Okay, so this is my horizontal live, right? So it shows you my active things that are going on. So I'm at 176 views at 12 minutes and 41 average time viewed, right? And you know all this click-through rate and all that matters, right? So that's one.
Right.
But wait until you see my vertical. I'm about to share my vertical with you. So all right, go ahead and hit that one. See the vertical one? It's at 1777, but it's only got an average of 1 minute of view time per those 1777s. They click through it real fast. Unless they're interested, they'll hang out. And then sometimes they'll jump from your vertical to horizontal and watch long. Get what I mean? It just depends on what they're doing at the time. But yeah, I get a lot more views, but I'm not getting the length for view times.
Right. You're not getting watch time.
What advertisers are looking at is your average stay, not click-through rate, but also how long they stay on your channel. Okay. So those are the 2 things you're fighting for. Visual, like people clicking on it to see you,
right,
and then how long you stay. So on this one, yeah, a lot of people come in, but they only stay for a minute. The horizontal, they're staying for at least 12 minutes, depending on the conversation. Sometimes I can go up to longer, depending on the conversation. I can keep people in the room for an hour, 2 hours. Depends if they're being entertained by the conversation. So those are the things you work
But that's
through as
like
you
that's
start.
like 29 hours though, right?
Yeah. Think about that. Multiply that out.
That's like 29 hours though.
Yeah, think about that. 170 some people, average view time is 12 minutes. Now average that out by saying 12 minutes by 173. That's the amount of minutes that I've had viewed in this live.
No, I was just looking at the other one. So you
And
said
the other thing you have to worry
176?
about 176 by 4 or 12 minutes. Now remember, those are minutes, so then you have to roll them over to hours.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then I gotta divide that by 60.
60,
That's 35.
right.
Oh wow.
So
Nah,
that's how you get your view
that
out
was worth the
faster.
price of entry right there.
Right. And that's when you sit on somebody's panel, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the view hours, one, but you also want the person that's on the panel or whatever panel, you want to be able to self-promote because you're now exposed to their viewers. So you always want to keep on dropping your channel name. You get what
So
I'm
do you
saying?
so let me ask you
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Like do you leave on auto dubbing or do you turn it off?
Auto dubbing? What is that? I don't know if I do that or not.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to see what it is because it shows you. I heard
What is
what's
auto?
name another YouTuber, but I see it. Let me see, where do I see it at?
Now I normally try to turn on closed caption.
Yeah, if you probably look it up,
I
it'll
turn
show
on
you.
closed caption, but I don't know about the auto dubbing. I have to look at that. what
Auto
that
dubbing
does.
is like when they put it in different languages.
Yeah, that's I just
Or
use
let me see if I can
I just make sure when I set up the live in the studio before I go live. Before you go live, since you're controlling your live, go into your studio, go to stream settings, make sure it's set on normal latency, and then you go over to the right in the middle, and you'll see a button that says closed caption. Turn that on. That allows it to do closed caption in English first. Then you can go back through and have it. It can change over to any language you want.
Okay, you said go in the studio and go where?
Matter of fact, here, I'm going to share my screen. Sitting here explaining it to you, I can just show it to you. All right, it's going to go in this one. All right, hit the share screen. All right, and this one, you'll see stream settings here. Well, I'll hold in my mouse.
I'm gonna do the full screen so I can see it. Yep. So how did you you click the three lines up top, right?
When you start the live, because I jumped in on your live stream, there's certain things I can't change because I already went live on your channel. But when you go live, before you go live, go into your studio first. See where it says stream latency over here on the right, on the left?
Right.
You want to make sure that says normal. Okay, instead of low.
Okay.
And then in the middle, you see where it says closed caption. You want to activate that. That allows people that are hearing impaired and all that to see, and it also starts it off in English.
Okay.
And then do you
So-
put
and I gotta
polls
do
up?
that
You know about setting polls up, right? You know how to set up a poll?
No, I don't. Hold on.
Okay,
Let me-
this is where you do that
see if
at.
I can make this way bigger on my screen.
Hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger here. All right. So I'm going to see what you can see first. All right. You can see everything I see. Okay. So over here on the right, underneath your chat, you see this little plus button?
Right.
Okay. You hit that and you can do either a Q&A or you can set up a poll, a yes or no, or you can add different answers. It's going to be more than one yes or no type of question. You type in the question here.
No, that's dope.
And then you say yes or no, and you hit and set the poll. Well, I got to get rid of these. Okay. So now it says set poll. Now anybody in my room can answer the question. Right? can also set goals for yourself. Like if you want to set a stream goal, like once you're monetized, you can set up stream goals. Like you can ask your chat to contribute to your live.
Oh, I can't do that right now. Then.
You can't do that right now because you're not monetized, but you can do that later. But this is how you interact with your.
I don't think I could. I could do a poll.
You should be.
Oh, you got to do that from the studio, right?
Do it from the studio, correct? So like,
you always you can't do it in StreamYard. You have to do it from the studio.
You always have to have two windows open: your studio window and live chat out of your studio window on a tab. So if you look at my screen right now, I'm gonna stop. Okay. Stop sharing that one. Are we both off the channel? We're looking at blank screens right now. Hold on.
Oh, we are because I gave you what's the name? I had gave you the Summer Jam screen.
Let me see if I can find it.
Now I was just looking for it in my studio. So I have to go to the live in my studio then, right?
Yeah. Well, what you would do is on the tab where you have your YouTube, you can go hit your icon or your avatar and say YouTube. Go to the YouTube studio option. Now share your screen so I can walk you through it. We're giving everybody a class while they're watching. Who cares? You know, they need to learn this too if they're going to do YouTube.
Yeah. Yep, let me share my.
So you share your screen with me so I can see what's going
on. For some reason, like that's why whenever I share my screen, my computer started moving very slow. So do we go to YouTube or I'm just showing you where I'm at. The icon. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but once you hit it's coming up now.
Oh yeah. I tell you, it started moving very slow for some reason.
Okay, so once you go into your studio, go into your YouTube studio, hit your icon on the top right. Hit your icon on the top right, and then hit YouTube Studio. Now, see it right next to the.
Oh, okay.
Hit that.
Yep.
Now you're in your dashboard. Go to content. Go up to your tabs and go to live.
Okay. Oh, that's where it says auto dubbing. You see that? Auto dubbing is now able on your channel.
Okay, so you see that live. You see the live that we're on right now. Go to where the text
so do you
is.
leave that on?
Hold on. Just pay attention to what I'm saying right now. Okay, you see the little radio button. Hold on. No, don't click in it. Back out.
Okay.
Just go back one time.
Okay.
All right. Highlight. Don't click. Highlight into the area where it is. Right. You'll see a little radio.
You said highlight
button.
the area where. Oh, okay.
Okay. You see that little radio button? That's where you want to click. Click that.
Right. Okay.
Now, what you will see is everybody in the room that you're normally looking at chat. You're going to see the
studio. So let me ask you,
live.
I have two windows open. One.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
No, it's not made for kids.
Right.
It's probably your first time being in studio.
No, that's a fact. I've never even known this existed.
I don't know why you got the little monkey over there, but that's got to go. You should be able to see your chat on that side over there.
I don't know how to take it
Huh?
down. It's saying something went wrong. I don't know how to take it down.
You might have to refresh the window, but that's where your chat is normally at. Where you saw me hit the button to do a poll or something. your chat should be on that side of the
okay.
screen.
I could try to refresh.
Yeah.
And that's where the poll will be up under the chat, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Yeah, I think my screen guard sucks.
Doing a little training right now. Appreciate everybody's patience. Or the live would be over anyway.
I'm here for it. Okay, connecting. It's they hate.
Yeah, we got to figure out what's
They don't
going
want
on.
me to be great.
Monkey going on. It might be something in the back that you have to fix first on one of your options. But yeah, once that gets figured out, you'll see your chat over there, your chat button, and everything at the bottom to do your interactions like polls and things like that. But yeah, this is where your analytics are. But you can scroll down. You see where it says stream settings? That's where you can set up your stream settings.
I don't see where it says that.
It's right next to analytics on the tab on the black area. Go over to your left.
Oh, yep. I definitely see that right here.
Yep. That's where you can set up your stream. The stream key and all that stuff is in there. You don't necessarily show that to everybody, but the live is over, so they can't hack anything. Let's scroll down. You see where it says latency? It's on the left-hand side of that little tab right there. Go over to the left, scroll back up just a little bit. Stop right there. You see where it says latency? You want to set that before you go live. You do all this before you go live. Set that to normal latency before you go live, and then look in the center, scroll down just a little bit, and you'll see where you can turn on your closed caption. Right there. You'll be able to activate that tab before you go live. And that will allow people impaired or whatever to be able to understand your live and listen to your live or watch it with the interpretation. And it's going to default to English because you're an English speaker. Okay, but go back to your analytics button.
That's what's up.
Go back to your analytics button right there, next to settings. Yeah, right there. You have different views, but this tells you how interesting your conversation is or not, and whether people are leaving the room or coming in the room. See how your high is at over 20 people in the room? But if you drop down that current viewers, drop down that little arrow there on the other side of current viewers on the top right of that little display. You see what I'm talking about? Where it says current viewers.
I can't hear you.
You see where it says current viewers?
Current viewers,
Drop
like,
that.
click on it.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
You get three different options. Pick your chat rate. That shows your interaction with your chat. Hit your chat rate button. Yeah, click on that. Okay. That shows your interaction within the chat and what they're doing or what they're talking about, if they're interested or not. They're interacting with you. Drop it down one more time and look at the view rate.
Oh, shit.
That shows you as you stayed on, more and more people started to come through.
Oh, okay. So it just build on the numbers that I've already have, right?
Right. The main one I stay on is the first one, current information. But that lets you know, like, sometimes you can get people that'll kill your chat, like people on your panel. They start dropping off, like people are falling asleep.
Right.
Most likely the person you let on the panel. And whether people are agreeing with what he's saying or not, sometimes they just got to go.
And I can see all of this live?
You can see all this and interact with it live. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what
these are behind the scenes things that we look at as YouTube.
That's good.
All right. No, but I know you're about to end live. I've never been hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out. I know you're about to go and end your live, but I wanted to show you how to do that. And then maybe anybody that's interested in doing lives later, you'll have a little jump on what to expect and what to set up and where it's at. But I'm
Yeah, no,
gonna go ahead.
that was definitely information. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I was getting ready to let you go and close out your shop, and I'll holler at you later, brother.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Ron. If it give me any, I'm trying to share my screen, guys. If it give me any slack, I'm just gonna end it. But let's see.
Yeah. Late nights. Open mics. Truth only move when the room got order. Mr. Peppers and Prime on the control. Welcome to Charlie Chan TV. Yeah. 3 beautiful women, whole panel in a vibe. Vibing with me, she set the tone when she look you in your eyes. Tam talk straight, no filter, no disguise. And a smooth with it, every word calm but precise. Chat going crazy, yeah, the numbers stay live. Everybody got opinions when the combo get tight. Different views, same table, respect, stay intact. Late night panels where the feelings meet facts. Late night, don't sleep, don't sleep. True talk, true.
Listen, guys, I gotta stop it just because that's a whole video. Bro was only supposed to be up there for like 3-4 seconds. That's Don Banks and Skylar. That's a whole video. He wasn't even supposed to be up there that long, and now it looked like I'm glazing him, and my computer just messed up at the exact wrong place. So damn, I'm trying to, because it don't work like that. Like say he's not really on that video that long. It's a whole video with a bunch of clips and things that I know. Hold on. I don't need to do. Let me try. It work. I'll just close out. Get it. Everything else, it was playing fine. They just don't want your boy to be great. Shot. Let's see. Oh no. Sure. No, they.
Once again, man, Charlie Chan out here, man. I'm some of the most beautiful women, bitch friendly.
Yeah, sick, good alive. Same topics rotate. Every black and still speaking this side. Black cleaner, keep it solid. Street calm, no flex. Me, Gil, keep it gangster. Let the truth handle the rest. Ain't nobody running when the questions get ski. Nothing moves unless Pepper's not. Prime say speak. 2 moderators. 1 room, 1 mic at a time.
It's not good.
Now let it cook. Charlie Chan TV, Louisiana, where it starts. Southern roots, but the vision way bigger than charts. Panel talking night, hotel reviews by day. From lobby to rooftop, we telling no fake. Grinding every wildin' in the comments tonight. Typing fast, cracking jokes, adding fuel to the light. When events the moments.
Listen, guys, let me just take that down. It's not gonna play, guys. I really wanted that video to play before I got up out of here, but for some reason my computer don't want me to be great. But it was the way that it paused on her, it was a whole video. It wasn't me just leaving it on Don Banks just because, that was crazy. That was at a yacht party. Like I said last night on Ronan's Live, I went to a yacht party that him and Skylar threw in Brazil, and that's where that footage was from. But either or, I want to say thank each and every one of you guys for pulling up, man. This is Charlie Chan with Charlie Chan TV, and we're in over and out.